Chapter 43-25. Hai Myung-kos work soon bore fruit. The people of Fighting Soul Sacred City changed their minds. The first to flee were the second and third elders of the disciplinary hall. Instead, it was the first elder who stayed. His feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City were too deep. Even if Fighting Soul Sacred City was really destroyed, he was determined to live and die with Fighting Soul Sacred City. Following the second and third elders, there were many people who left together. For a time, the population of Fighting Soul Sacred City withered. The original streets and alleys also became deserted and cheerless. There were only tens of thousands of people left. Now, there were only about 1,000 martial artists holding on. Most of these people were the older generation of martial artists. They had stayed in Fighting Soul Sacred City for many years and were reluctant to leave. They would rather die and hold on. Only Wang Hao was left as the city lord. The rest had gone their separate ways. The few remaining young martial artists were also Ling Xiao's life and death friends. Of course, there were also those martial artists who moved over from Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao saw all of this but did not say a word. In Ling Xiao's view, this was not despair, but hope. If every time his faction was on the verge of danger, he only thought of escaping, then what right did he have to enjoy the benefits of this faction? Anyway, there were still many people in Purple Spirit Kingdom. Just move over. Fighting Soul Sacred City did not lack people. Those who wanted to leave, just leave. On this day, Jiangnan returned from outside. Seeing the situation in Fighting Soul Sacred City, she was also quite surprised. However, the first thing she looked for Ling Xiao. The first thing she asked was whether Ling Xiao's injuries were serious. This made Ling Xiao somewhat moved. Don't worry, Senior Jiangnan. I'm fine. Then, he told Jiangnan his thoughts. Because he believed in Jiangnan. To those who believed in him, there was no need to hide. You scared me to death. Jiangnan smiled bitterly. To be honest, if not for you behind me, how would I have the guts to apply to be the sacred lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City? Don't worry, at the critical moment, I won't drop the chain. But you, what did Disciplined Sacred City say? Ling Xiao asked. Commandment Sacred City said that they will send someone to investigate in 3 days. Jiangnan replied, but to be honest, I'm not sure. Others seem to have taken the rumor you spread seriously. Therefore, many people are planning to cause trouble on the day of the review. Haha, it's expected. Don't be nervous. Ling Xiao smiled and said, you go and cultivate these 2 days. Take these medicinal pills and use them. Although it's not realistic to say that you can raise your cultivation by a few realms in 3 days, with your aptitude and my medicinal pills, you should be able to do it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. The reason why he was so confident was mainly because Jiangnan had accumulated a lot of potential. Actually, everyone had potential. After a long period of cultivation, this potential accumulated in the body. It was just that most people were unable to activate it. He was the only one who had it easier. There was also a small group of people who would erupt under special circumstances. Jiangnan had been cultivating for so many years. The reason why she hadn't made a breakthrough in her cultivation was because she hadn't found the trick. It was like a container filled with energy, but she couldn't find a way to release it. Ling Xiao's medicinal pills were used to activate this energy. If the effect was good, perhaps Jiangnan could easily break through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. After all, there was a lot of potential stored in her body. All right, I'll go and cultivate now. Jiangnan excitedly took the medicinal pills and left. She trusted Ling Xiao's words very much. Therefore, she didn't think about whether these medicinal pills were effective or not. If Ling Xiao said it was effective, then it must be effective. During the 3 days of waiting for the review, the rumors were still spreading. The rumors were still spreading and had already spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities. Of course, it was because some busybodies were spreading the rumors on purpose. Jiangnan was cultivating, but many people said that she was afraid of trouble and was hiding in a corner, not daring to show her face. There was another big issue. The 3,000 saint cities had a serious shortage of warriors. Their ranking had been continuously dropping. From the previous ranking of over 1,000, they had dropped to the last place. What did it mean to be the last place? In other words, This saint city was basically finished. As long as there was a slight push from the outside, it would collapse. If not for everyone preparing for the 3,000 saint cities ranking battle, there might really be forces that would directly make a move on Fighting Soul Sacred City. Regarding this, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. There was no difference between being the last place and being ranked over 1,000 in his opinion. If one couldn't become number one, it was a failure. Of course, without those trash staying in Fighting Soul Sacred City, the atmosphere here was much better. Zhao Fengyan left again. This time, he was prepared to do a big job. He had to transport at least 100,000 people. Other than a portion of warriors, there were also some people who were engaged in ordinary affairs. After all, Fighting Soul Sacred City was a city without various facilities. That would be too miserable. Because there were more people, it was estimated that Zhao Fengyan wouldn't be able to rush back in a day. But this, Ling Xiao didn't care. With the Great Devil King, even if Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and Zhao Fengyan weren't around, he had nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the people outside didn't know about this. Some nearby saint cities that were about the same strength as Fighting Soul Sacred City had already planned to surrender to Sword Soul Sacred City. The gift they offered was naturally Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although many of these saint cities had a good relationship with Fighting Soul Sacred City in the past, but the decline of Fighting Soul Sacred City had made them become ferocious. However, this was also human nature. The Saint Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City had broken through to the early extreme core realm. In the nearby cities, he was the #1 warrior. Even Long Qiuyan had reached the peak heavenly core realm, and among those at the same cultivation level, she was one of the top. Long Qiuyan made a statement. She wanted to personally destroy Fighting Soul Sacred City on the day of the Saint Lord's inspection. This statement was like an imperial edict to those nearby fence-sitters. Those who had a conscience chose to remain neutral, but most of the cities chose to add insult to injury. They were all waiting for that day to come, to humiliate Fighting Soul Sacred City, to humiliate Ling Xiao. The old men of Fighting Soul Sacred City gathered together and held a meeting. They all felt that they couldn't rely on Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan anymore. Therefore, on the day of the inspection, even if they had to sacrifice their lives to protect the honor of Fighting Soul Sacred City, they wouldn't hesitate. The leader of this meeting was the Great Elder of the Punishment Palace. When Ling Xiao heard Hai Myungko's report, he was filled with respect. To be honest, he didn't like these old men in the past. But now, it seemed like when Fighting Soul Sacred City faced a life and death crisis, these old men were the most reliable. Don't worry, seniors, with me, Ling Xiao, here. Not only will Fighting Soul Sacred City not fall, it will become even stronger. He would never let these people die. This was a true fortune. After experiencing such humiliation and despair, those who were still able to stay were all people who had strong feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-26. On the second day, Ling Xiao ordered Hai Myungko to prepare for the reception of the disciplined sacred city. Everything was going on as usual. He would do whatever he was supposed to do. Since he had achieved his goal, what he needed to do next would be simple. That was to use his own strength to make those who looked down on him and the Fighting Soul Sacred City feel regret. Jiang Nan was still in secluded cultivation. Ling Xiao was temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the sect. No one objected to this, although Ling Xiao didn't actually have any position. But his orders were still carried out. This was the benefit of cleaning up those trash. Hai Myungko was the temporary acting lord of the Jiangnan Palace. Zi Qinya became the lord of the Divine Hawk Palace. Wang Hao was still the lord of the Haoran Palace. Since this guy didn't run away, he was qualified to continue being the lord of the prefecture. Zilong became the new lord of the Purple Dragon Palace. Dragon Sword Mountain became the new lord of the Sword Mountain Palace. These were the temporary 5 prefecture lords. As for the Disciplined Palace, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Great Elder. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about this old man. When the venue was being set up, all 5 prefecture lords were present. Hai Myungko was the weakest amongst the 5 prefecture lords, but after a few days of special training by Ling Xiao, she had become the weakest. She was only at the third divine core realm. She was weaker than most of the prefecture lords. But Ling Xiao was satisfied with her ability to get things done. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had given her a giant devil at the peak of the extreme core stage, who dared to behave atrociously in front of her. Wang Hao was still at the perfect seventh divine core realm, the perfect earth core realm. Zi Qinya was at the same cultivation level as him, but his potential was obviously higher. He had a bright future ahead of him. Zilong was at the early sixth divine core realm. Dragon Sword Mountain was at the fourth divine core realm. None of them were strong, but they had Ling Zhao's support. Aside from Wang Hao, Zi Qinya, Zilong, and Dragon Sword Mountain each had a giant demon at the peak of the extreme core stage. Ling Xiao kept one Troll King for himself, which was enough. Tomorrow's review will definitely surprise those who look down on us. Hai Myung-ko smiled. Have you sent out all the invitations? Ling Xiao asked. They've all been sent out. However, even if these people come, they're probably here to cause trouble, not to congratulate us. Someone might even show up uninvited. Hai Myung-ko said. Hee, it's good that they're here. Holy Lord Jiangnan will shut them up tomorrow. Is our fighting soul sacred city finished? Let them continue to be immersed in this beautiful dream. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Wang Hao was confused. What kind of situation was this? Why was the boss behind the scenes still so calm? City Lord Wang Hao, to be honest, I'm very surprised and touched that you're willing to stay. You must have suffered a lot these days, right? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Hao and asked. This sentence ignited all of Wang Hao's grievances. Sigh, don't mention it. I don't know that those guys who claim to be my good brothers are so heartless. They're actually so heartless. Not only are they heartless, but they're also adding insult to injury. Don't mention how aggrieved it is. Speaking of this matter, Wang Hao couldn't help but vent his anger. He had helped those people a lot in the past. In the past, when Fighting Soul Sacred City was doing well, he was very righteous. Now that he was in trouble, those bastards didn't even dare to say a word of support. They were all frightened by Sword Soul Sacred City's warning and didn't dare to make a sound. How could they be the Holy Lord? How embarrassing. Ha ha ha, City Lord Wang Hao, don't be angry with those people. Tomorrow, I'll let you hold your head high and vent your anger. I'll make all those who mocked and ridiculed you kneel down and beg you. Ling Xiao laughed. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. There were many questions in his heart. When he wanted to ask, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Don't ask anything now. You just need to understand that you made the right choice. This choice will also benefit you for the rest of your life. In addition, leave behind the seats for the upper echelons of Fighting Soul Sacred City and the Discipline Sacred City's Discipline Knights. Everyone else, retreat. Leave? But what if there are guests? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment and asked, if they're really here to give their blessings, just add a temporary seat. If they're here to laugh at us, just let them stand. They don't deserve to sit. Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao, you're wrong this time. Those people don't deserve to sit. They don't even deserve to stand. They only deserve to kneel there. Hai Myung-ko said. Well said. Ling Xiao smiled. He was looking forward to tomorrow's inspection. Who knew how many untactful people would come to their deaths tomorrow? Instead of dealing with them one by one, why not wipe them out tomorrow? On the second day, the martial artists from Purple Spirit Kingdom, other than a few city lords, were all cultivating. Although they had great potential, they were not strong enough. Therefore, cultivating was their top priority. There were less than 1,000 people in the inspection hall. Among them were the old guys who were determined to die. Apart from a few who knew the details, their expressions did not change. Most of them were very disappointed. One had to know that at the peak of Fighting Soul Sacred City, there were 100,000 people. Now, there were less than 1,000 people left. How pitiful. Jiang Nan had not come out of seclusion. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat. Anyway, everyone knew that although Jiang Nan was the Sacred Lord, he was actually the one in charge. Jiang Nan was more like a general manager, handling complicated matters for him. Moreover, Jiang Nan had not shown up yet. Sigh. Our War Soul Sacred City has really declined. Previously, when Sacred Master Zhang Wu succeeded to the position of Sacred Master, he became the next Sacred Master. When Sacred Lord Zhang Zhang took over, There were hundreds of sacred lords who came to support him. Now, not a single sacred lord has shown up. All right, don't say anymore. This kind of thing was already expected. Since we chose to stay, don't complain. No matter what, we are people of Fighting Soul Sacred City. We must not lose face for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, the other sacred cities did not give face. It is obvious that Sword Soul Sacred City is obstructing them. How hateful. What can we do? Sword Soul Sacred City has a genius like Long Choyin. Not only did she help the Sacred Lord's cultivation breakthrough, but her own cultivation is also extremely powerful. It makes sense to be fawned on. Then you should also fawn on them. I'm not going. I was born as a member of Fighting Soul Sacred City, and I will die as a ghost of Fighting Soul Sacred City. I just feel that Jiangnan is not qualified to be the Sacred Lord. It would be better to let the Great Elder of the Punishment Hall be the Sacred Lord. He would not be so cowardly. Until now, he still doesn't dare to show up. There's no other way. Jiangnan has Ling Xiao behind him. Although Ling Xiao is not scary, he has the support of General Zhao Fengya. Now, the people of the 3,000 sacred cities did not know the relationship between Ling Xiao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun. However, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City knew that Zhao Fengyun was working for Ling Xiao. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of this book. Chapter 43-27. But too bad. No one in the outside world knew that Zhao Fengyun was working for Ling Xiao. If not, they wouldn't have dared to disrespect Ling Xiao and look down on Fighting Soul Sacred City. Sword Soul Sacred City is here to participate in the selection ceremony for the new Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Come out and welcome us. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. A few hundred figures appeared at the same time. Many of them were heavenly core warriors. The strongest among them was obviously Long Choyin from Sword Soul Sacred City. It was obvious that they weren't here to support Jiangnan. They were here to cause trouble for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Long Choyin stood in the sky, her black silk dress fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful face was filled with a gloomy coldness. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Many people stood up and looked at the sky with fear. Among these few hundred people, many of them were Saint Lords and City Lords from different cities. Of course, they were extremely strong. This shocked those old men from Fighting Soul Sacred City. Helplessness and despair could be seen in their eyes. Initially, they wanted to defend the glory of Fighting Soul Sacred City with their lives. But now, it looked like they wouldn't have the chance to do so. The enemy was too strong. Ling Xiao, that group of trash is here. Just as you expected, they're clearly here to cause trouble. Wang Hao stood up. He was worried. He didn't expect so many people to come. But obviously, they weren't here to support. Next to Long Choyin, there were a few city lords from Sword Soul Sacred City. Their overall strength was much stronger than the former city lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Most of them were at the mid-heavenly core realm. As for the other saint lords, they were all at the peak heavenly core realm. As for the city lords who followed them, they were all at the peak earth core realm. This obviously proved how strong Sword Soul Sacred City was. Among these people, the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City wasn't here. Obviously, he didn't think it was necessary for him to come. Long Choyin was enough to handle the situation. City Lord Wang Hao, don't worry, just sit down, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face while drinking his tea. Wang Hao wanted to say something, but he didn't. He really didn't know where Ling Xiao got his confidence from. If Zhao Fengyun, it would be fine. But Zhao Fengyun, he wasn't here. Should we ask Saint Lord Jiangnan to come out? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Fengyun, Long Choyin. She just wanted to drag this group of people over to watch me make a fuss. She is, to humiliate me. Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many holy sovereigns who are blind. Today, many saint cities. Ling Zhao's voice was as calm as ever, as though the hundreds of powerhouses were nothing to be worried about. Jiangnan, hurry up and come out to greet them. Wang of Jiangjiang to Hell Sacred City. Following the roar, the hundreds of people arrived in the air above the main hall. They, contempt and disdain. They were to say, too. The first elder of the disciplinary hall sighed. Today would be the end of Fighting Soul's sacred city. It wasn't that he was a coward, but there were some things that he couldn't control. In the sky, the beautiful woman in black exuded a peerlessly cold aura. It was as if she was the master of this world. The people around her were all her vassals and foils. They were even her dogs. The great elder sat on the chair helplessly. Sigh, we shouldn't have made an enemy of Sword Soul's sacred city. Great elder, it's useless to say this now. Even if we don't make an enemy of Sword Soul's sacred city, they won't let us go. That's right. Now that things have come to this, we can only go all out. It's better to die in battle than to live like a coward. Forget it. Let's go and welcome them. Otherwise, they will be angry and massacre Fighting Soul's sacred city. Just as they were about to stand up, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Sit there. Whoever dares to go out will be a traitor of Fighting Soul's sacred city. Speaking to hear, his voice suddenly became much louder. The group of people in the sky shouted coldly, Welcome my ass. If you want to participate in the investigation, get down. If you don't, scram. These words gave those old fellows in Fighting Soul's sacred city a fright. Your words are indeed very unyielding, but isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Others haven't done anything yet, and you're deliberately angering them? But these people didn't realize that the other party didn't come through the door, but descended from the sky. This in itself was a humiliation to Fighting Soul's sacred city. When people got old, they were still timid in the end. To be able to live, most of them didn't want to die. How could they be as arrogant as Ling Xiao? Courting death. When the group of people in the sky heard Ling Xiao's words, they were also stunned and then flew into a rage. They were going to destroy Ling Xiao, but they were stopped by Long Qiuyan. What's the hurry? There's still a good show to watch. Letting him die like this is letting him off too easily. I want him to be humiliated before he dies. Long Qiuyan let out a light laugh, then she descended first. But then, she realized that there were no seats for them in the huge palace. Brat, you're really as reckless as the rumors say. One of the city lords from Sword Soul's sacred city was annoyed. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare a seat, or else Daddy will tear this Fighting Soul sacred city apart. Dogs, you don't have the right to sit. You can just squat down. Ling Xiao looked at the city lord with disdain. A mid-heavenly core warrior was nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes. You're courting death. The city lord of Sword Soul's sacred city roared out. Then he leapt towards Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure blocked the city lord's path. Both men's palms collided, and the city lord was at a disadvantage. Jiangnan, Jianluan. The man who appeared in front of Ling Xiao was Jiangnan. As for the city lord of Sword Soul Sacred City who tried to kill Ling Xiao, he was Jianluan. Oh, not bad, Jiangnan. You've broken through to the peak heavenly core realm? You're much faster than I expected. Ling Xiao didn't expect this at all. He was happy that Jiangnan was able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In just 3 days, she had broken through to the peak heavenly core realm. It looked like Jiangnan had been working really hard in the past, but she hadn't found a good way to break through. Ling Xiao had provided her with the best way to break through. Greetings, young lord. Jiangnan had benefited greatly from this, and she was extremely grateful towards Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had learned from Zhao Fengyun and the others and called Ling Xiao young lord. Ling Xiao didn't reject her. She could call him whatever she wanted. Obviously, his status was higher than Jiangnan's. This could be considered to be a legitimate thing to do. But this scene had confused everyone, especially Long Qiuyan. Jiangnan was the temporary Saint Lord, and if she passed the inspection, she would become the true Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. But now, she was calling Ling Xiao young lord. This was too strange. Chapter 43:28. But Jiangnan did not care what others thought. Anyway, in her heart, Ling Xiao was her boss. Calling him young lord was no problem at all. She turned around and looked at everyone, saying, "Since you came to our Fighting Soul Sacred City, be a little more well-behaved." After she finished speaking, she sat down beside Ling Xiao. waiting for the disciplinary knights sent by Yelu's sacred city. Jiangnan, you're really embarrassing. Clearly a holy lord, but you still have to listen to a disciple. Living for so long, you've really lived in vain. Jinluan said with a cold smile. A holy lord from another sacred city beside also said, this Ling Xiao is merely at Earth Core Realm completion cultivation, although he also reached the level of a city lord. But compared to Long Qiuyan, the difference is far, simply heaven and earth. Is it useful for you to spoil him like this? After several decades, Long Qiuyan will definitely become the peak of the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City will also definitely become one of the few most powerful sacred cities among the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City's Holy Lord is right to value Miss Long Qiuyan. But what's the point of you valuing this Ling Xiao so highly? Long Qiuyan said with a faint smile, Holy Lord Gu's words are seriously too much of a compliment. Qiuyan doesn't dare to accept it. But you're right about one thing. Ling Xiao is a person who is about to die. No matter how Jiangnan protects him, it's useless. Furthermore, Fighting Soul Sacred City is currently ranked last among the 3,000 sacred cities, on the verge of destruction. I feel that if Jiangnan is smart, she can totally leave this rundown place. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Among them, a holy lord with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks laughed loudly and said, Miss Long probably doesn't know, right? Jiangnan, this old cow eating young grass. I'm afraid she's taken a liking to this Ling Xiao. She's planning to find this Ling Xiao to be a gigolo. Otherwise, why would she be so protective? Right? I think the two people might have already done that. Ha 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 ha. Jiangnan's expression suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Insulting her was fine, but she could not allow others to insult Ling Xiao. No one could. Furthermore, when this guy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was beaten half to death, it was her who lent a helping hand and saved him. In the end, this guy became the Holy Lord. Who would have thought that he would hit a man when he was down today? He was worse than an animal. Monkey blocks thunder. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such words? Don't forget who helped you back then. It's all thanks to my help that your White Thunder Sacred City is able to achieve what it is today. Jiangnan said furiously. If it wasn't for the fact that today was the day of the Holy Lord's inspection, she would have already made her move. She was now a peak heavenly core warrior. There was no need for her to fear this monkey Silei. Of course, it would be troublesome for her to deal with hundreds of people by herself. Therefore, if Ling Xiao did not allow her to make a move, she would not easily make a move. Ho Silei sneered shamelessly. This holy master didn't ask for your help. You were the one who took the initiative. So, why should I care about your feelings? Ridiculous. He had actually dared to utter such shameless words. It was clear that this monkey Silei was a despicable person. Saint Lord Monkey, don't be angry over such a trivial matter. People who only know how to bring up old scores, we have to pity her. This meant that she no longer had a future. Look at the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City. It's dead and lifeless. Just like the morning bell. It's lifeless. Please take pity on this sad woman. Long Qiuyan said in a strange tone. Ha ha ha, Miss Long is right. We have to pity the weak, right? Miss Long is so kind. Everyone burst into laughter. Although they didn't have any seats, it didn't stop them from talking nonsense. Right at this moment, Long Qiuyan was staring at Ling Xiao, hoping to see anger and unwillingness in Ling Xiao's eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't see any anger or unwillingness. What she saw was a cold killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. That killing intent made her feel a chill down her spine. She suddenly recalled what happened in the immemorial divine tomb. Ling Xiao was definitely a daring and reckless person. Although there was a rule in the disciplined sacred city, no one was allowed to casually kill someone. But Ling Xiao might not abide by this rule. Someone had bullied him, and Ling Xiao really had the guts to make a move. But after giving it some thought, she suddenly laughed. That's why I want you to make a move. With your strength. So what if you're angry? So what if you're angry? Who do you think you can kill? But Long Qiuyan still couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was sitting there calmly. He was more indifferent than anyone else. The indifferent killing intent was brewing, as if a storm was coming. But none of the people on the scene noticed this. They were still laughing at the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiangnan, why don't you just give the Saint City Lord position to your little man? This way, even if the Fighting Soul Sacred City is destroyed, you won't have to take any responsibility. That Ling Xiao is actually quite strong. Even the Koi King was killed by him. What kind of strength is that? I think someone must have helped him. Besides, even if he killed the Koi King, didn't he suffer a serious injury? I think he's at most an early heavenly core warrior. He's too weak compared to our Miss Long, who is like a goddess. Shut up. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. It was the great elder of the Punishment Palace. He furiously unleashed his terrifying aura, but it was only at the late heavenly core realm. But this old man still had his own backbone. The future Saint City Lord was being humiliated, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was being humiliated, and his disciple was being humiliated. As the great elder of the Punishment Palace, he had to stand up. At the same time, all the other old men stood up as well. There were a few hundred of them, although most of them were only at the peak Earth core realm. But with these few hundred men standing here, it was still an imposing scene. They couldn't let these bastards do whatever they wanted. Hee hee, are you all angry? Ho Sai Lei said with a mocking tone. Even if all of you old men come at me together, I won't be afraid. Get the hell out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City right now, or else, even if we have to risk our lives, we won't let you do whatever you want here. The great elder of the Punishment Palace furiously roared. You're asking us to get the hell out of here? Looks like I don't have to teach you old men a lesson today. You don't know how powerful I am. Ho Sai Lei sneered. Then he unleashed his peak heavenly core aura. Not only did Lung Chuyin not stop him, she even made way for him. She let Ho Sai Lei fight. As long as he didn't kill anyone, even if he crippled those old men, the disciplined sacred city wouldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't try to stop him either. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a reason. Besides, he had to let these old men know that he owed them a favor. He had to let them know that only he, Ling Xiao, could save the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Of course, if someone's life was in danger, he would still step in. After all, he admired these old men from the bottom of his heart. Kill. Ho Sai Lei leapt forward. Frightening lightning bolts condensed on both of his fists. He threw them into the crowd. A total of 600 old men tried their best to defend themselves. When they joined forces, they were a formidable force. Although Ho Sai Lei had knocked a few old men away, he was also knocked back by the impact. He had underestimated the strength of these old men. End of chapter. Chapter 43-29. Ho Sai Lei, if you can't do it, let me help you. Sect Lord Gu said with a smile on his face. Gu Chung, this is none of your business. Being mocked, Ho Sai Lei unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul was the extremely powerful Thunder Fish martial soul. The Thunder Fish was the evolved form of the electric eel. The lightning it unleashed was even more powerful. Right when Ho Sai Lei unleashed his Thunder Fish martial soul, his entire body was covered in lightning. Obviously, his overall strength had skyrocketed. When Ho Sai Lei charged into the crowd, all the old men of the Fighting Soul Sacred City were knocked down. They were struck by the lightning and couldn't get back up. A peak heavenly core warrior was indeed powerful. Although he was slightly injured, most of the men had been defeated. In the end, the great elder of the Criminal Law Palace realized he couldn't win. He was actually trying to detonate his inner core. Ho Sai Lei was startled by this. If all the men, including the great elder of the Criminal Law Palace, were to detonate their inner cores, even if all of them didn't die, they would be severely injured. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wanted to stop them. He couldn't let these men detonate themselves. These old men had sworn to protect the Fighting Soul Sacred City even if they had to die. They still had a long way to go. They still had to continue protecting the holy city. But before he could do anything, Jiang Nan had already struck. She pushed Ho Sai Lei back with a palm strike, and at the same time, stopped the great elder from detonating himself. The rest of the men stopped as well. Without a target, it was meaningless to detonate themselves. Step back, great elder of the Criminal Law Palace. It's not time for us to fight to the death with the enemy. Jiang Nan stared at Ho Sai Lei with a cold expression, her eyes filled with killing intent. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, even if she had to give up her position as the Saint Lord, she would kill this Ho Sai Lei. It's not time for us to fight to the death. The enemy has come to our home to bully us. We don't want to be cowards. The great elder of the criminal law palace furiously roared. No one asked you to be a coward. Go back and sit down. We'll watch the show. Zhang Nan believed that Ling Xiao had his own plan. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his men being bullied. At this time, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Aya, great elder, you really need to change your temper. Isn't it just a bunch of dogs barking at our war soul sacred city? Once the inspection ceremony is over, I'll just kill them all. His words were said in a casual manner. However, it made many people shudder in fear. Kill them all? Are you serious? The old fellows of Fighting Soul Sacred City all felt that Ling Xiao was not a joking person. But today's joke was a little too much. Miss Long, this brat has repeatedly humiliated us as dogs. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to hold myself back. Previously, Ho Sai Lei had lost face and wanted to regain it. Their target was naturally Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was far from his. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to take him down. That's right. Let's get rid of that brat and then destroy this Fighting Soul Sacred City. Gu Qing also said coldly. Among them, there were either Saint Lords or City Lords, yet they were being humiliated like this. Who could stand it? Lung Qiuyan, this woman, was very calm. She chuckled and said, Why are you all angry? You only know how to talk to a person who is about to die. In a while, when the people from Commandment Sacred City arrive, I will naturally request to start a war between Sword Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Sacred City. At that time, you can kill however you want. There is no need to rush. If we make a move now, it will be a little unjustified. Once Commandment Sacred City investigates, it will be hard for us to say, this brat is just trying to provoke us. After hearing Long Qiuyan's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was close. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. Since he could not win, he actually tried to use Commandment Sacred City to deal with them. Sinister. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He really did not have the idea of letting Commandment Sacred City deal with these people. It was better to rely on oneself than others. He just wanted to add some reason for himself to make a move. That way, even if Commandment Sacred City investigated, he also had a reason to argue. Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle has arrived. Dharma Apostle? Didn't they say it was a commandment night? Hee. It seemed that even Commandment Sacred City looked down on Fighting Soul Sacred City. They actually sent the lowest level Dharma Apostle to preside over such a big matter. This was really looking down on others. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but still sat there arrogantly. However, the hundreds of people led by Long Qiuyan had already knelt down, including Zhang Nan, Wang Hao, Commandment Hall's Grand Elder, and the remaining 1,000 people knelt down. Only Ling Xiao, Han Myung-ko, Zi Qinya, and Long Jinshan did not kneel. The three behind them were watching Ling Xiao's actions. If Ling Xiao knelt down, they would kneel. At this time, Ling Xiao was leaning comfortably on the armchair, drinking tea in his hands. He did not have any intention of putting Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle in his eyes. Since Commandment Sacred City looked down on them, why should they give face to them? If the Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Master came, he might even bow and salute. A mere Dharma Apostle wanted him to kneel down. What a joke. The Dharma Apostle, sent by Commandment Sacred City, was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, a peak Heavenly Core warrior. This cultivation level was normal. If he didn't even have a peak Heavenly Core warrior, how could he control the Saint Lords here? The Dharma Apostle walked into the main hall, and he saw Ling Xiao still sitting there. He couldn't help but frown, but he didn't say anything. This kind of arrogant person who didn't know the severity of the situation wouldn't live for long. There was no need for him to be angry with this kind of person. Since the future Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City had knelt down, that was enough. He gently raised his hand and said, "You can all rise." After saying that, he walked towards the seat that was prepared beforehand and was about to sit down. "Who allowed you to sit?" Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded out. "You're just a Dharma Apostle. You're not qualified to sit here." This seat is prepared for commandment nights. The Dharma apostle was startled for a second. Then a flame of anger rose in his chest. What an arrogant guy. Who was he? How dare he not give him any face? Humph, I'm going to kill you later. Although he didn't say anything, in his mind, he already hated Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Among the 3,000 saint cities, he wasn't afraid of anyone, including the Dharma Lord of Commandment City. Whoever gave him face, he would give face to them. Since it was Commandment City who didn't give him face first, there was no need for him to be polite. They said they would send commandment nights, but now they sent a Dharma apostle. Who were they trying to fool? The fact that he didn't attack Zhang Xian was already being very respectful. Long Qiuyan and the others were startled for a second. Then they sneered. So this guy is an idiot. He even dares to provoke a Dharma apostle from Commandment City. He's really scared of dying a slow death. I was worried that Commandment City wouldn't agree to start a war, but I didn't expect this guy to do this. I'm sure Commandment City will agree. Hee hee, this is called digging your own grave. You can't blame anyone else. Everyone stood there, waiting to see what a joke this was. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:30. Jiangnan, Haimyungko, Longjianshan, Ziqinya, and Zilong all knew why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. However, the disciplinary hall's first elder and the others had a hard time. All of them were in a state of confusion. They had no idea why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. Jiangnan, who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Aren't you the most powerful person in the Fighting Soul Saint City? The Dharma apostle asked coldly. Master Dharma apostle, this is my young lord. His words are more important than mine. Jiangnan bowed and said, You're going to be the Saint Lord soon, but you call this little bastard your young lord. Don't you feel ashamed? The Dharma apostle coldly harumphed. I don't feel ashamed. Master Dharma apostle, shouldn't you get down to business? Jiangnan said with an indifferent tone. If you want to be the Saint Lord, you need the approval of more than half of the people in the city. You also need to be at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. The Dharma apostle coldly harumphed. There's no problem with the first requirement. Everyone here agrees that I'll be the Saint Lord. As for the second requirement, please take the test. Jiangnan said with a smile. She now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to clear out all those trash. If those people didn't leave, it would be troublesome for her to inherit the Saint Lord position. But now, it was different. Those old men were saved by her, so they didn't dare to oppose her. With so many people here, it was easy to get more than half of them. Next, it was a matter of strength. Cultivation base didn't count. The most important thing was one's combat strength. Therefore, someone had to take the test. Master Dharma Apostle, why don't you let me test Saint Lord Jiangnan's strength? Lung Qiuyan stood up with a smile on her face and said to the Dharma Apostle. The Dharma Apostle was satisfied. Let him do it himself? Why? He was sent here by the disciplined Saint City, and he had a noble status. How could he fight with this bunch of trash? Since someone volunteered, he was more than happy to do it. All right, I've heard about your extraordinary talent. Since you're willing to help me, I'm more than happy to help you. The Dharma Apostle smiled. His impression of Lung Qiuyan was much better than his impression of Ling Xiao. Both Lung Qiuyan and Ling Xiao were the geniuses of the 3,000 saint cities. Ling Xiao had completed his previous mission quite well. Furthermore, he was able to kill the Koi King, which meant that he had some ability. But the problem was, besides those in Fighting Soul Saint City, there was no one witnessed was the king killing the king was king. Therefore, the outside world was saying that Ling Xiao had an unfair advantage. He must have joined forces with others to make a move. Just like that, after killing the Koi King, he was still injured. It was really embarrassing. On top of that, Ling Xiao's attitude towards him today made him very unhappy. Lung Qiuyan, on the other hand, was different. Even though she had already become the next successor of the Sword Spirit Sacred City's Saint Lord, she was still a Saint Lord. She was even Jiang. She was in addition. She was beautiful and had a pleasant voice. He liked her. She was the one God. She was the great Lord. Jiang. He's Jiang. He was. Wait. Just as the Dharma apostle decided to let Lung Qiuyan and Jiang Nan fight, Ling Xiao spoke again. What do you want now? The Dharma apostle was getting impatient. Dharma apostle, don't you think you're making a stupid decision? Lung Qiuyan, what makes you think she can fight our Saint Lord? Is she even qualified? If you want her to fight, can I fight on behalf of our Saint Lord? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He could tell that Jiang Nan was no match for Lung Qiuyan. Lung Qiuyan was one of the top warriors in the perfect heavenly core realm. Jiang Nan had just broken through to this realm. Although he was stronger than Ho Sai Lei and Gu Cheng, he was still weaker than Lung Qiuyan. Therefore, if the two of them fought, Jiang Nan would lose. He could forget about the Saint Lord position. That was why Ling Xiao decided to fight on his own. You want to fight? The Dharma apostle was intrigued. Was this Ling Xiao an idiot? You're just a perfect Earth Core warrior, and you want to fight on behalf of Jiang Nan? Are you trying to trick Jiang Nan? Or are you trying to help Jiang Nan? Master Dharma apostle, I agree with what Ling Xiao said. Why don't we let him fight on behalf of Jiang Nan? He is Jiang Nan's disciple. If he can win, then Saint Lord Jiang Nan won't have any problems. Lung Qiuyan couldn't wait to fight with Ling Xiao. That's why she was trying her best to help. The Dharma apostle knew what Lung Qiuyan was trying to do. She was trying to curry favor with this woman who would become a giant in the future. He finally nodded his head and said, since both sides agree, then let's do it. Hearing his words, the disciplinary hall's grand elder and the others panicked even more. Ling Xiao would be seriously injured if he killed the Koi King. The Koi King was only an early heavenly core warrior, but Lung Qiuyan was a perfect heavenly core warrior. The gap between their strength was just too big. How could they win? They were finished. The fighting soul sacred city was going to lose all its face. Ling Xiao, stop messing around, the Great Elder said angrily. Great Elder, there's no need to be angry. I've already agreed, just watch. Jiang Nan said with an indifferent tone. She had complete trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was able to kill Zhang Wu with a single strike. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Can I kill her? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Today, Lung Qiuyan had brought some men to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to pick a fight. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. If he let her walk out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City alive, then he would be the one who was useless. Ha ha ha, is there something wrong with this guy's head? It's good enough that Miss Lung didn't kill him. How dare he try to kill Miss Lung? Ho Sai Lei laughed out wildly. Look at his actions. I know there's something wrong with his head. We should show him some sympathy. Gu Cheng said with a laugh. You can't kill him, unless both of you sign a life and death contract before the fight. No matter who dies, it's not your fault. The Dharma apostle said, I'm willing. Ling Xiao and Lung Qiuyan answered almost at the same time. Both of them wanted each other dead. Ling Xiao hated Lung Qiuyan for actually bringing so many people to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to mess things up. If he didn't kill Lung Qiuyan, he couldn't kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Lung Qiuyan already wanted Ling Xiao dead since the time in the ancient divine tomb. Now that she was powerful, this thought was naturally even more urgent. All right, since both sides agree, then sign a life and death contract before fighting. The law apprentice was happy to watch the show. Anyway, he didn't think that Lung Qiuyan would lose. He was very happy that Ling Xiao was dead. After all, Ling Xiao was very rude to him previously. The two signed the life and death contract successfully. Lung Qiuyan walked out of the hall impatiently and went to the plaza outside. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let's settle our old and new grudges together today. Hoo-hoo. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out too. On the plaza, there was an arena. It was originally used by the Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciples to spar. Today, it was just right for them to fight. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the arena, the disciplinary court's first elder couldn't help but stomp his feet. This kid has talent but no brains. Think about it. With your perfect Earth core realm cultivation, can you really win against that woman? End of this chapter. Chapter 43-31. Head Elder. I feel that Ling Xiao has a reason for doing so. What reason? Most likely, he knows that Jiang Nan is inferior to that woman. That's why he will fight himself. He's just an ordinary disciple. Losing also doesn't represent fighting Seoul's sacred city. But if Jiangnan loses, it's different. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that this boy is actually so noble. The punishment hall's head elder also felt that there was only this possibility. But this was a little too cruel to Ling Xiao, right? At this time, on the stage, Ling Xiao was dressed in azure robes, standing there proudly, completely without the slightest hint of decadence and fear. A head of black hair fluttered with the wind. Apart from being free and easy, it also revealed some hints of a king's aura. I really didn't expect that you're actually so dumb, to actually want to replace Jiangnan to fight with me. What's even more unexpected is that you actually dared to sign a life-and-death contract with me. What in the world happened during this period of time, to be able to make a cunning fellow become so dull? Perhaps you think that this is being noble, wanting to die for Jiangnan. But if you die, I'll still destroy fighting Seoul's sacred city. Long Qiuyan's black satin long dress wrapped around her perfect figure. In the icy cold smile, there was some contempt. The voice was arrogant and indifferent. Ling Xiao stood at a place 100 meters away from Long Qiuyan, listening to Long Qiuyan's self-opinionated words. He could not help laughing. He knew that apart from the few people around him, everyone present did not think highly of him. But so what? He, Ling Xiao, had never needed to let others understand his actions. His actions were all based on his own heart. Long Qiuyan, hasn't anyone said before that your laughable confidence makes you appear even more self-opinionated? Ling Xiao said with a light laugh. Why do I dare to fight with you? Why do I dare to sign a life-and-death contract? Don't you use your brain? Forget it. Even if you understand now, it's also already too late. Make your move, everyone is watching. Ling Xiao's voice similarly revealed some contempt. Because Long Qiuyan was indeed inferior to him. Long Qiuyan frowned. Following that, she laughed again. He had almost fallen for Ling Xiao's trick. This guy was really good at putting on airs and fooling people. Unfortunately, it was meaningless to use it on him. You only know how to flaunt your tongue. Although this is a battle of life and death, I can give you a chance. As long as you kneel in front of me and agree to be my slave. Listen to my orders, and I'll let you live. Long Qiuyan sneered. Then I have to thank you, but I, Ling Xiao, am not used to being someone's slave. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword, because there was no need. With his current mid-9th level Emperor Realm physical body, he was able to make a breakthrough. He didn't even need to transform. Just by relying on his bare hands and the Beast God's special skill, he could easily win. Although he did not draw his sword, his aura was gradually released. A roaring killing intent enveloped the arena. Yeah, what a pity. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Long Qiuyan knew that it was impossible for a guy like Ling Xiao to surrender casually. Therefore, he didn't waste any time. He directly made his move. It was different from her previous self. Now, she had mastered the top martial skills of the Sword Spirit Sacred City. The strongest martial skill had reached the peak of the 8th level Emperor Realm. This was the best martial skill among the Sacred City ranked below 1,000. The fact that she could learn it was enough to show that the Sword Spirit Sacred City valued her. For revenge, in order to let herself get better martial skills, she cultivated desperately and had long grasped these martial skills to the point of perfection. Today, it could come in handy. Secret method, heart-slaying sword. This was not an attack driven by true essence. It was a secret method performed by soul force. The heart-slaying sword suddenly appeared. Invisible and traceless, heart-slaying. She had no intention of being merciful. The first time she made a move, she used her trump card. It was unknown how many warriors had died under this heart-slaying sword. This kind of secret method was simply impossible to guard against. The crowd didn't even see the sword light. The attack had already been released. The onlookers could only feel their souls trembling. They were comparing. If it were them, they would not be able to block this attack at all. They would be defeated on the spot. Jiangnan now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to make a move. Long Qiuyan was much more terrifying than she imagined. Even the Dharma apprentice was shocked. Long Qiuyan's attack was not only stronger but also more bizarre. Ling Xiao stood there like a fool, not moving at all. The heart-slaying sword pierced through Ling Xiao's head. Because it was a secret method condensed by soul force, it also hurt the soul. It seemed that Ling Xiao's body did not have any injuries, but many people knew that he was finished. It's over. That Ling Xiao really overestimated himself. Jian Luan sneered. It's really boring. It actually ended like this. Miss Long should teach that guy a good lesson and let him know that some people should not be offended. Ho Sai Lei curled his lips. That's right. We have to make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. That would be letting him off too easily. Gu Cheng was also dissatisfied. On the War Soul Sacred City side, a trace of sadness appeared on the face of the disciplinary hall's great elder. He did not like Ling Xiao in the past, but Ling Xiao was willing to die for Jiangnan. This moved him a little. The other old men also lowered their heads, feeling that they had missed out on Ling Xiao in the past. Trash. Long Chuyin stopped her attack and said disdainfully, "What did you do?" Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a brilliant smile as he looked at Long Chuyin and asked, At that moment, almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyeballs almost flew out. What the F***CK? How is this possible? It was too strange. Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. Impossible. You were clearly hit by my heart-slaying sword. How can you be fine? Long Chuyin exclaimed. What's impossible about this? Your heart-slaying sword is just a soul force attack. In terms of soul force, I, Ling Xiao, have never lost to anyone before. You wouldn't have forgotten the things that happened in the past, right? Ling Xiao said with a light smile. His relaxed expression made the faces of those guys who mocked Ling Xiao instantly turn black like the bottom of a pot. Too humiliating. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was already defeated and dead. In the end, he did not even have a strand of hair injured. This was also too inconceivable, right? The disciplinary Sacred City's Dharma apostle was stunned too. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Looks like he does have some ability. But even so, it's also impossible for him to be Long Chuyin's match. Humph. So what even if you escaped the mystic arts attack? This move, how are you going to block it? Long Chuyin gave a cold snort. In order to regain her face, she quickly urged her true essence and released a second attack. This time, she did not use the mystic art. Behind her, 18 streaks of sword light appeared, circling around a circle. Flying sword flurry, kill. A delicate cry sounded. 18 streaks of sword light shot toward Ling Xiao at the same time. The speed was extremely fast, and the power was also tremendous, virtually arriving in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Chapter 43-32. Swish. Everyone saw Ling Xiao's body being pierced. But the next moment, what surprised them was that what was pierced was actually merely an afterimage. The real Ling Xiao already reached another position. The flying sword pierced the arena, erupting with a horrifying rumble. It made many martial artists present reveal looks of horror. How can this kid dodge it? Clearly, even we can't dodge it. It's fine. He can dodge one sword, but can he dodge 18 swords? Jian Luan gritted his teeth and said. But unfortunately, he was slapped in the face very soon. The attack power of Long Chuyin's 18 streaks of sword light was indeed terrifying, but actually not a single move could touch Ling Xiao. This was too bizarre. 18 streaks of sword light all hit the arena. One deep pit after another was formed on the arena. Yet, none of the attacks hit Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao avoided all of the attacks like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Then, he looked at Long Chuyin proudly. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Today, not only will I let you die, but I'll also let you die in despair. Let everyone understand what the outcome of provoking me, Ling Xiao, is. How can it be so easy to dodge? Long Chuyin was flustered in the wind. This move, even martial artists with the same cultivation as her could not possibly dodge it too. In the end, they could only meet force with force. But Ling Xiao actually avoided all of them. What in the world happened? And that disciplined Sacred City's Dharma apprentice was dumbfounded too. Ling Xiao's movement technique and speed were even more terrifying than his. How was this possible? Perhaps he can really win? The discipline hall's head elder was also staring dumbfounded at this time. only saying a sentence after a long time. If Ling Xiao could win, he would naturally be happy. Who Ling Xiao represented now was Jiangnan, and Jiangnan represented Fighting Soul Sacred City. If he won, this was very important to the elevation of Fighting Soul Sacred City status. No way, right? He only avoided 2 moves. That Long Qiuyin shouldn't have used her true strength yet. There were still people who felt that it was not too possible. Don't forget, Ling Xiao didn't use Beast Soul transformation either. Some of the old fellows also began to have confidence in Ling Xiao. Listening to such discussions, Ling Xiao remained calm and collected. He was who he was. He would not become arrogant because of other people's praise. He wouldn't be annoyed by other people's slander. However, Long Qiuyin was different. The current Long Qiuyin was clearly somewhat anxious. He was unable to kill Ling Xiao in 2 consecutive moves. Her title as the strongest warrior at the peak Heavenly Core realm didn't really live up to her name. Is dodging the only thing you can do? He was indeed a piece of trash. But even if you can dodge, I will still defeat you today. I want you to kneel in front of me in front of those people from War Soul Sacred City, and then die a humble death. With a furious roar, Long Qiuyin released her martial spirit. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing her martial soul. It was a huge and ferocious eye. It was filled with red blood vessels, and it stared at the enemy. If it was someone with a slightly weaker mentality, they would have lost their composure. Use your sword. If not, others will think I have an unfair advantage. Aren't you an expert in sword skills? Long Qiuyin shouted. Speaking of which, old woman, in order to reach your current strength, you seized someone else's body, slept with someone else. It wasn't easy for you to reach your current height. Logically speaking, I should be fighting you with all my strength. Too bad, you don't have that right. Ling Xiao placed his hands behind his back and said softly. Although he said it casually, it was no different from throwing a bomb into the crowd. Seized someone else's body? Slept with someone else? Actually, the rise of Long Qiuyin was filled with mystery. What Ling Xiao said today was what many people were thinking. However, they didn't have the guts to say it out loud. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Right now, the way many people looked at Long Qiuyin had changed. It was no longer a look of worship. Instead, it was a look of lust. Now, it was a look of greed. The first elder of the punishment hall had just drunk a mouthful of tea and was about to calm down. In the end, he was so shocked by Ling Xiao's words that he spat out the tea. F***CK. This kid is fierce. Although I also want to say such harsh words, I can't say it out loud. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Right? The two of them knew each other before. Could it be that there was such a thing in the past? Thinking of this, the group of old fellows looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Such a sinister, cunning, and fierce beauty was actually slept with by you, and you're still unharmed? Long Qiuyin didn't know why things turned out like this. It was true that she had seized someone else's body, and she had indeed slept with the Holy Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City. But these were all secrets. How did Ling Xiao know? Right now, she was being looked at strangely by others. Even a thick-skinned woman like her couldn't hold it in anymore. Her expression became very ugly. The flames of anger completely erupted. It was as if her entire person was about to burn. Shut up, you shameless person. Can't beat me, so you insulted my innocence like this? Today, if I, Long Qiuyin, don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human. The mouth grew on other people's body. She had no way of stopping it. The only thing that she could do now was to finish off Ling Xiao as an example to others. Let those fellows who were gossiping understand that her matters could not be spoken carelessly. Otherwise, she would have to die. Not only am I going to kill you, today, Fighting Soul Sacred City won't leave anyone alive. This is the price of insulting me. Ouch, I'm so scared. Don't just talk and not practice. You can't even touch me. Still want to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled very roguishly and said, I advise you to calm down a little. Being too agitated won't be good for your performance. At that time, when you lose to me, you'll have to find excuses again. Long Qiuyin was very furious, but she also understood very well. In the beginning, apart from not releasing her martial soul, what she used was killing moves. In the end, She could not touch Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao was much more powerful than she imagined. That was why she had no choice but to release her martial soul. She did not believe that after releasing her martial soul, Ling Xiao would still be her match. Ling Xiao was still standing there. He was not nervous at all. A perfect heavenly core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. He had experienced so many things in the heavenly demon ghost region. Although the heavenly demon blooming Sirius had long lost its power, but with the experience of a powerful warrior, he had the experience of a powerful warrior. Plus, his martial skills were much better than Long Qiuyan's. The reason why he wanted her to fight was because he wanted to humiliate her. He wanted Long Qiuyan to use all her skills, but she still couldn't kill him. Then, he would kill her. This way, the deterrence would be even stronger. Storm of flying swords. Compared to the flying swords before, this time, the storm of flying swords was even more terrifying. The entire arena was wrapped up. The storm of flying swords was dozens of meters tall. Even if one wanted to fly high into the sky to dodge, it was too late. The dust and rocks that filled the air blocked everyone's vision. Everyone could only feel the powerful storm of flying swords raging on the arena. As for what happened to Ling Xiao, where was Ling Xiao? None of them knew. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:33. Even at this time, because of the powerful aura of the flying sword storm, they could not even sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing that could prove that Ling Xiao was not dead was probably that Long Qiuyan had not stopped this terrifying attack. Furthermore, this was not quite the same as what was agreed upon. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was seriously injured after the battle with the Koi King? Why did he actually force Miss Long to use such a terrifying move today? F***CK. Could it be that Ling Xiao, that guy, deliberately released fake news? Actually, he was not injured. In the crowd, there were two people who were old acquaintances. They were precisely the Punishment Hall's second elder and third elder. These two people left Fighting Soul Sacred City and sought refuge in White Thunder Sacred City, which was also Ho Sai Lei's place. They both became the city lord there. Today, they followed together because they wanted to see how that stubborn big brother of theirs was done for. Although they were not biological big brothers, their relationship was so good in the past. But now, he was so cold. The human heart was really unpredictable. What happened just now made second elder and third elder quite pleased with themselves. But at this moment, they were somewhat nervous. Ling Xiao, this guy, was extremely cunning. Who could guarantee that he did not deliberately pretend to be unable to do so before, and then wait for the big fish to take the bait today? If it was really so, it would be terrible. What are you two afraid of? It's only been a little over a month. You guys are thinking too highly of him. When he left, he was just early-stage Earth Core Realm cultivation. Being able to cultivate to Great Circle Earth Core Realm when he came back is already a miracle. You guys think that he can still suppress Miss Long? Ho Sai Lei said huffily, "If I knew that you two were such cowards, I wouldn't have let you two join White Thunder Sacred City." Their side was in full swing with their discussion. But Long Qiuyan's expression in the middle of the battle became more and more unsightly. There was no way around it. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. She could clearly feel that her attack had already been released, and it had also attacked Ling Xiao. But this was the most terrifying part. All the attacks hit and actually did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. This was simply a nightmare. No, it can't be. How can he be like this? It definitely can't be. At this time, Long Qiuyan had already completely lost her cool. As she screamed, all of the flying swords merged into one and shot toward Ling Xiao. She did not believe that such an attack could not kill Ling Xiao. However, by doing so, the attack became stronger. But there was no range. However, Ling Xiao was able to avoid it easily. She felt a fiery breath beside her ear. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already appeared beside her. No one knew. Isn't this feeling of despair very interesting? A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. Long Qiuyan could not help but shudder. At such a close distance, she actually didn't notice Ling Xiao's existence. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, she would not react at all. But strangely, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. It only patted her head gently before disappearing. Die, die, die. Although the frenzied Lung Qiuyan did not know why Ling Xiao did not kill her. But since she did not die, she had to retaliate and attack. The originally pretty face became incomparably hideous. A frenzied sword intent was released from her body. That enormous blood-red eye behind her shot out rays of resplendent light, turning the entire arena into an execution ground. Anyone who touched those red lights would be annihilated immediately. That kind of high temperature, even alchemy realm martial artists had to fear. Possessing someone else's body and only having this bit of strength, you might as well go and die. Ling Xiao's voice sounded beside Lung Qiuyan's ears once more like a ghost. Even if the red light enveloped the entire arena, it was unable to hit that man too. That man was akin to a ghost, making people unable to grasp him. Ling Xiao was actually under a lot of pressure right now too. Under the situation where he did not transform, facing this lunatic like Lung Qiuyan, as long as he was hit by the red light, he would probably be severely injured. But he wanted to completely destroy this woman's will. He would not transform easily. He believed in his strength, believed in his speed, believed that even under this sort of situation, he could also easily take care of Lung Qiuyan. The people below were long already dumbfounded. The battle progressing until now, they already understood Ling Xiao's terror. Lung Qiuyan's strength had once defeated Monkey Sai Lei and Gu Cheng, these two holy lords. In the end, she could not even touch Ling Xiao now. How terrifying this sort of thing was, probably only they understood in their hearts. This was simply a nightmare. Is your trump card only limited to this? Ling Xiao's voice sounded out once more. But this time, it was facing everyone. Everyone heard it very clearly. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Could it be that he really had the ability to defeat Lung Qiuyan? Even until now, people only felt that Ling Xiao's speed was sufficiently fast. Wanting to kill him was very hard. But for him to want to defeat Lung Qiuyan, it was also something impossible. Hence, hearing Ling Xiao's words, that was why they would be somewhat perplexed. That bunch of old fellows already prostrated on all fours in admiration towards Ling Xiao at this time. No wonder Jiang Nan was willing to listen to him. With his strength, us old bones added up are absolutely not a match. That's right. No wonder when those people from Fighting Soul Sacred City left, he did not stop them. If they were just trash, they would have left. The Punishment Hall's first elder looked at second elder and third elder and said with a big laugh, "See that? I said before, Fighting Soul Sacred City won't fall, but you guys just didn't believe." Even not hesitating to cut off our many years of friendship and betray Fighting Soul Sacred City. What this old man despises the most in my life is people who choose to run away when their sect is in danger. If the sect is fine, you leave, then I'll respect your choice. But when the sect is in danger, you guys leave, that's the act of a traitor, despised by people. Old thing, you talk less. Ling Xiao he can't beat Miss Lung at all. Monkey Sai Lei roared. And even if he wins, so what? The people here are enough to destroy your Fighting Soul Sacred City 100 times over. Is that so? Hai Myung-ko suddenly stood up. She looked at Monkey Sai Lei with an indifferent expression and said, "To be honest, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Since the moment you stepped into Fighting Soul Sacred City, you've been humiliating us. You're courting death. The reason why I didn't kill you is because the boss didn't give the order. If not, you would have become a dead body by now." Ha ha ha. You're just a trash at the third divine core realm. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Monkey Sai Lei was laughing so hard that tears almost came out from his eyes. All the other men were laughing as well. City Lord Clearsky, let me kill him. Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said, she didn't want anything to happen to these geniuses brought here by Ling Xiao. Although these geniuses weren't strong, they all had great potential. As long as they were properly trained, they would definitely be able to become outstanding. At that time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would become even stronger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 43-34. Saint Lord Jiang Nan, you're worried that I won't be able to defeat you. You don't have to worry about that. Hai Myung-ko smiled. Then she suddenly walked towards Ho Sai Lei. Ho Sai Lei looked at Hai Myung-ko with disdain, and his eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, the law disciple from Discipline's Sacred City shook his head. Were all the people from Fighting Soul's Sacred City idiots? Although he was surprised by Long Qiuyan's challenge, the result of the battle had yet to be determined, and he couldn't tell who the winner was. The other girl, who looked like a third divine core warrior, kept saying that she wanted to kill the Saint Lord of White Lightning's Sacred City. Was this even possible? Little girl, if you can touch even a single hair of mine, I'll kneel down and call you Mom. Ho Sai Lei sneered. I don't have such an unfilial son like you. Hai Myung-ko smiled. Suddenly, a frightening aura shot out from her shadow. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. Ho Sai Lei was lying in a pool of blood. His inner core was completely shattered. He was only left with the ability to breathe. No. How could this be? How could this be? I'm the Saint Lord. I don't want to die. After saying that, Ho Sai Lei breathed his last breath. The mighty Saint Chief of White Lightning Sacred City was killed by a little girl at the Third Divine Core realm. This gave everyone a fright. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded as well. What they saw just now was a black shadow flying out from Hai Myung-ko's shadow. After that, it flew back. After that, Ho Sai Lei died. The entire process happened too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. The entire scene was dead silent, and everyone had forgotten that there were still two men fighting on the arena. Everyone stared at Hai Myung-ko in horror. He thought to himself, so this woman who looks very weak is the trump card of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. But why does her face look so unfamiliar? You really did kill him. Do you know the consequences of killing a Saint Lord in the 3000 Sacred City? Gu Cheng stared at Hai Myung-ko in horror. He finally reacted and said in a trembling voice, I know the rules of the 3000 holy cities better than you. Barging into another holy city without permission was tantamount to starting a war. If one died, the commandment holy city would have nothing to say. Moreover, this person has humiliated our holy lord and boss many times. If he didn't kill him, was he supposed to wait for him to continue his rampage? Moreover, he was the one who asked me to kill him. You all heard it. Isn't that right, Lord Legatee? Hai Myung-ko smiled at the Dharma apostle of the sacred city of discipline. The Dharma apprentice was scared out of his wits. Although his battle prowess was slightly stronger than Ho Sai Lei, but this woman could kill Ho Sai Lei in an instant. He would definitely be able to kill him instantly. He didn't dare to speak carelessly. That arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. If I knew this would happen, I would have sent the disciplinary knights. Disciplinary master, you've really underestimated War Soul's sacred city. Dharma apprentice smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Hai Myung-ko and said, Monkey Sai Lei trespassed into War Soul's sacred city and spoke rudely. He deserves to die. What else could he say? In order to survive, this was the only way. At this time on the stage, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked at Long Qiuyan with a smile and said, I originally wanted to continue playing with you. But since Ming Kong has already flipped out, there's no need for me to continue tormenting you. Are you ready to die? Long Qiuyan's expression didn't look good. Ho Sai Lei's death was really a blow to her. Not because they had a good relationship, but because Ho Sai Lei's cultivation was on par with hers. Even Ho Sai Lei was killed so easily. Then she wouldn't have any advantage against Hai Myung-ko. Do you think you're as strong as that woman? You're far inferior to her. Long Qiuyan was trying to gain confidence for herself. Hee, is that so? Ming Kong, this woman said you're much stronger than me. Is that true? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That can only mean that she's stupid. My strength was given to me by you. Hai Myung-ko said lightly. Did you hear that? Idiot. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. This move will end the battle. You'd better use everything you can. This way, you won't regret it after you die. Ling Xiao looked at Long Qiuyan and said indifferently, I don't believe a single word of what you said. It's nothing more than wanting to make me fearful, to make me lose my calm and confidence. If you have the ability, you can come and try. Long Qiuyan definitely didn't believe it. If she believed it, then wouldn't she become a complete joke? It was like a little ant challenging a powerful human. After fighting for half a day and not dying, she thought she was strong enough. Little did she know that the other party was just playing. How could she accept this? But Ling Xiao didn't care whether she accepted it or not. A powerful aura was suddenly released from his body. Then his right hand began to condense vital essence. In the sky, thick clouds covered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if some terrifying monster was about to appear from the sky. That's a hand. A big hand that covers the sky. What a terrifying pressure. Below, everyone was incomparably shocked, including Hai Myung-kyo and the rest. They also had not met with Ling Xiao for a very long time. As for how strong Ling Xiao was exactly, to be honest, they did not know either. Today, truly witnessing this horrifying aura of Ling Xiao, they all gradually understood that Ling Xiao, this fellow, already grew to a very terrifying extent. Oh, Zilong. Ling Xiao, he threw us further and further away. Zi Qinya said with a bitter smile. Yeah, this big brother of mine is really too impressive. We have to continue working hard too. Otherwise, we'll be left behind sooner or later. We can't even help him even if we want to. Zilong gritted his teeth. Even if it was chasing after Ling Xiao's shadow, he also hoped that he could continue working hard. No matter what, he had to be able to help Ling Xiao. Those old fellows, including the punishment hall's head elder, were completely dumbfounded at this time. They could not even speak. Was this Ling Xiao's true strength? Too terrifying. This horrifying aura was simply like a celestial deity descending. Long Qiuyan was just like a pitiful baby in front of Ling Xiao, completely without any leeway to resist. Above the ring, Long Qiuyan revealed an incomparably horrified look. At this moment, she finally understood that Ling Xiao's words previously were not joking. Ling Xiao said that he could kill her in one move. It was actually true. How did this guy become so strong? In order to become strong, she did not hesitate to seize other people's bodies and did not hesitate to sell her own body. Why? She was unwilling to accept it. But so what if she was unwilling? Facing such powerful strength, she basically could not do anything. That terrifying pressure made her body completely unable to move. It was as if he was being restrained, trembling with fear. I'll really die. At this moment, Long Qiuyan seemed to understand why Ling Xiao did not stop her from entering Fighting Soul Sacred City. This was simply borrowing her fame to all of the surrounding cities. As long as she was killed, those nearby cities with comparable strength, no one would dare to challenge Fighting Soul Sacred City anymore. The sorrowful her was merely a stepping stone for this young man to ascend to the heavens. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-35. What was laughable was that Long Qiuyan even thought that she finally found the chance to take revenge. In reality, she took the initiative to deliver herself to the doorstep to be used as a stepping stone for others. Truly despicable enough. No, I'm Long Qiuyan. I can't die like this. Long Qiuyan shook her head. She did not want to die. She really did not want to die. Ling Xiao, I'm willing to be your slave. Please let me off. From today onwards, I'll be loyal to you. I only beg you to let me off. That sense of powerlessness and fear made Long Qiuyan abandon her dignity. She finally managed to obtain a chance to live again. She did not want to die now. This scene made those people who followed Long Qiuyan completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? That proud woman, that insufferably arrogant woman, actually knelt down for Ling Xiao? And even begging for mercy? Although this attack of Ling Xiao's was very terrifying, there was also no need to be like this, right? They naturally did not know how terrifying the pressure Long Qiuyan, who was in the middle of the attack, felt. Long Qiuyan felt like she was enemies with the entire mystic world, enemies with the entire universe. The vast and boundless universe's desolate desolation was pressing down on her body. This was completely different from the feeling of onlookers. Long Qiuyan, you coward! Jian Luan shouted. It was a pity that Long Qiuyan did not care at all. She only wanted to live. Once a person died, everything would be gone. Stand up, don't make me look down on you. At this final moment, use your most powerful attack to resist. Perhaps you can still have a glimmer of life. Ling Xiao looked at Long Chuyin coldly. Such an opponent seriously could not arouse any interest in him. He needed an opponent to resist. Long Chuyin gritted her teeth. Looks like begging for mercy was not going to work. Then she could only fight to the death. Sword Soul True Explanation. Sword Cage. Long Chuyin gave a delicate cry. The long sword in her hand danced. The entire arena's space suddenly distorted. One streak of sword energy after another was released from the long sword in her hand. It formed an enormous cage above the arena. Such a frenzied action urged virtually all of the true essence in her body. This was an explosive attack for the sake of survival. She would not allow herself to be careless. The cage formed by the sword she wrapped around her tightly. This was not an attack, but a defense. According to Ling Xiao's words, as long as she could survive Ling Xiao's attack, she would be fine. Therefore, she had to do her best to strengthen her defense. Violent true essence spilled out of the arena. Jin Luan shut his mouth. Compared to Long Chuyin, he was a pitiful reptile. He did not have the qualifications to mock Long Chuyin. That's more like it. Ling Xiao hovered in midair, looking down coldly at the huge sword cage below. They were densely packed, completely enveloping Long Chuyin. Rather than calling it a cage, it would be better to call it a giant eggshell. This was because the sword chi was so dense that no wind could pass through. In fact, Ling Xiao could have waited for his opponent's true essence to run out before making his move. But that would be meaningless. He wanted to completely destroy Long Chuyin's confidence. He wanted everyone to see that even though Long Chuyin had used her most powerful attack, it was still not enough. It was meaningless in front of him. Heaven covering great palm imprint. A large hand reached out from the thick black clouds. It was wrapped in black lightning. The entire sky suddenly became dark. Countless people could not help swallowing their saliva. Such a spectacular scene, they had not seen it for a long time already. Too shocking. The huge palm slowly descended, as if the sky was falling down. At this time, even those people around also felt that terrifying pressure. They actually could not control their bodies and knelt on the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. What on earth happened during this period of time when this young man left? How can his body possess such terrifying power? Bang! The heaven-covering great palm imprint finally descended. It directly shattered that dense sword chi. The moment the sword chi came into contact with the heaven-covering palm, it felt as if they were thin pieces of wood, completely unable to withstand the terrifying power. No, I don't want to die. Long Chuyin knew that she was finished. Looking up at the sky, the black great palm imprint was getting closer and closer. She wanted to escape, but her body could not move. That pressure was too terrifying, so terrifying that she did not have any chance to resist. Seeing this scene, the old fellows of Fighting Soul Sacred City shed tears. Their persistence had paid off. They originally thought that this time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would no longer have a chance to rise again. But the truth shocked them. They originally thought that this time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would be destroyed in the smoke and dust of history. But now, they were alive and well. And Long Chuyin, who humiliated Fighting Soul Sacred City, basically had no way to live. Rumble. The terrifying palm wind finally landed. It smashed the entire arena. Long Chuyin's life aura also disappeared. Being smashed by this palm, her entire body was turned into meat paste. Not to mention the inner core, even her soul could not escape. That proud woman, that insufferably arrogant woman, she actually fell to such an end. The only thing she did wrong was probably offending Ling Xiao. Not only did Di Tuotian's death not weaken Fighting Soul Sacred City, instead, it became stronger. The original second elder and third elder who were kneeling there were filled with regret. If they knew that Ling Xiao was so powerful, how could they escape from Fighting Soul Sacred City? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were all too clear about Ling Xiao's character. Since they left Fighting Soul Sacred City, it was absolutely impossible to return. Jiang Nan's eyes were also filled with tears. In the past, she was bullied by others and even forced to send a sacred lord. She could not do anything at all. Although the resentment in her heart was very great, but she could only endure. Resulting in discord in Fighting Soul Sacred City, many people left. Today, Ling Xiao killed Long Qiuyan and revived Fighting Soul Sacred City's glory. Believed that not long later, there would be more and more outstanding people joining. Fighting Soul Sacred City was really going to fly, not just return to the previous position. Instead, he wanted to be taller and better, even becoming a terrifying existence that ruled over the 3,000 sacred cities. Was Sword Soul Sacred City very strong? In front of Ling Xiao, it was merely a Ling Xiao, you actually killed our Sword Soul Sacred City's Sacred Lord successor. You're finished. Jin Luan looked at Ling Xiao. He really did not expect that Ling Xiao dared to be ruthless. According to his thoughts, Ling Xiao defeating Long Qiuyan was just that. He actually really dared to kill. Was this guy not afraid of Sword Soul Sacred City's revenge? Let's go. Long Qiuyan was already dead. The people of Sword Soul Sacred City definitely could not stay here any longer. So they could only leave. Leave? Did I say that you guys can leave? Ling Xiao looked at Jin Luan and the rest, revealing a hint of a contemptuous cold smile. What kind of place do you take Fighting Soul Sacred City to be? You come as you wish and leave as you wish? Hearing this, the faces of the group of Sword Soul Sacred City's martial artists changed drastically. This Ling Xiao was also too ruthless, right? Killing Long Qiuyan and still not satisfied? Could it be that he still wanted to kill them all? Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-36. What do you want to do? Jin Luan looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance. With Long Qiuyan's death, he was the strongest among the Sword Soul Saint City warriors present. So he naturally had to take the lead. Don't you understand what I want to do? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Barging into Fighting Soul Sacred City and injuring the seniors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Hee, what is written in the 3,000 Saint Cities rules? You should know better than me, right? Ling Xiao, I think we should forget about this matter. Long Qiuyan is already dead, and they have also learned their lesson. It's better not to kill these people. The Sword Soul Saint City's Saint Lord has many good friends. If we offend him, I'm afraid Fighting Soul Saint City will be in trouble. The Punishment Palace's elder hurriedly advised. This old man was more or less cautious, but it was normal. The old man had been the Punishment Palace's elder for dozens of years and had always stayed in Fighting Soul Saint City. And Fighting Soul Saint City was only ranked in the upper middle among the 3,000 Saint Cities. He knew that there were many people he could not afford to offend, so he developed this habit. Ling Xiao could understand. But now he was the one in charge of Fighting Soul Saint City. Great Elder, you still don't understand. Even in the 3,000 Saint Cities, people only bully the weak and fear the strong. Our Fighting Soul Saint City has declined. None of our so-called friends have spoken, and they all want to cut ties. So, if Sword Soul Saint City has also reached that level, others will only add insult to injury. And they won't help him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, All right, let's not talk about this. I'll give you a mission. Kill everyone from Sword Soul Saint City here. Although he was smiling, he gave a very terrifying order. There were a total of 300 people. Half of them were Sword Soul Saint City warriors, and they were all Earth Core and Heavenly Core warriors. This group of old men might not be able to defeat them. Don't worry, with me here, they are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ling Xiao chuckled. The Punishment Palace's great elder understood that Ling Xiao wanted to give them a final test. If they did not pass the test, then even if they stayed in Fighting Soul Saint City in the future, they could only give up their authority. If they passed the test, they would naturally be put in an important position. There was no problem with this point. From today onwards, Fighting Soul Saint City's goal had changed. It was no longer survival, but to take the initiative to attack, to become the strongest existence among the 3,000 Saint Cities. Since he had already boarded Ling Xiao's pirate ship, what was there to be afraid of? Let's do it. The Punishment Palace's great elder stood. Determination and hatred look in his eyes. The others followed. If not for Ling Xiao, Fighting Soul Sacred City would have been destroyed, and they all. At this time, there was he's. What was there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their reactions. Only in this way could he truly accept these old people. Otherwise, he would really have to reconsider. Wang Hao, you should join in as well. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Hao Dao. Although Ling Xiao did not have any position in fighting Soul Saint City, but Wang Hao knew that Ling Xiao was the most important. Even Jiang Nan had to listen to Ling Xiao. There was no problem with this, yes? Brothers, fighting Soul Saint City wants to kill us. What should we do? Jin Luan gritted his teeth and roared. Never give in. Everyone shouted. Okay, then let them pay with their blood. Jin Luan also made up his mind. Since they could not escape death, they would kill a few more to recoup their losses. Heavenly Demon Eye, Illusion Demon. Ling Xiao suddenly released the Heavenly Demon Eye. At that moment, Sword Soul Saint City's martial artists, including Jin Luan, stood there like a fool, facing the attack of the Punishment Palace's Great Elder and Wang Hao. There was no reaction, even if it was only for a moment. But by the time they recovered, they were already half dead. This killing was very simple. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder, Wang Hao, and the others did not expect it to be so easy. Boss, Sacred Lord, the Sword Soul Saint City's martial artists have been eliminated. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder also followed Hai Myung-ko and called Ling Xiao boss. He felt that this might be the intention of the behind-the-scenes boss. Although he did not have a position, he controlled everything behind the scenes. Such a person was the most terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded, very satisfied with these people's actions. Go back and rest. You just have to watch what happens next. Ling Xiao's arrogance was based on a foundation. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun were all his backers. Of course, this was not the most powerful. The most powerful was the giant Devil King in his Mountain River world. The existence of the Divine Body Realm. It was enough to make him look down on everyone in the 3,000 sacred cities. Arrogant but not irrational, this was his essence. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to here, he had always been like this. If he still had to pretend to be weak when he had the strength, then his life would be too sullen. Not only did he want to step into the Golden City and become a true genius, he also wanted to bring the 3,000 sacred cities under his rule. He wanted to subtly influence the forces of the Heavenly Empire. After he controlled the 3,000 sacred cities, the next step would be the Golden City. He had never thought of being anyone's disciple or right-hand man. There was only one path in front of him for the Golden Emperor. Either submit or die. There was no other choice. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. Moreover, he wanted to become the strongest emperor in the history of the mystic world, an existence that surpassed the human king. If he couldn't be more ruthless, he wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, it was still too early to say that. First, he had to work hard to get first place in the 3,000 sacred cities ranking battle in 10 days. Only then would he be able to smoothly enter the Golden City to cultivate. If the Golden Heavenly region was compared to a sect, then the 4 great countries would be the outer sect, the 3,000 sacred cities would be the inner sect, and the Golden City would be the core. The people of Sword Soul Saint City had been killed. At this time, there were more than 100 martial artists from different sacred cities left here. They were a little frightened and uneasy. Ling Xiao was such a terrifying guy. If he really went crazy, he wouldn't give face to anyone. Lord Dharma Apostle, you can't sit back and do nothing. Ling Xiao is crazy. He's simply a murderous demon. Gucheng looked at Dharma Apostle and said loudly. Dharma Apostle's face didn't look too good. F***CK, what should I do? This kid's strength is so strong that even I'm no match for him. What do you want me to do? Dharma Apostle was also very depressed. He didn't want to offend a lunatic like Ling Xiao. If he really offended him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Ling Xiao also looked at Dharma Apostle indifferently. He also wanted to know what kind of performance this Dharma Apostle would have. Dharma Apostle was very uncomfortable under Ling Xiao's gaze. He was even a little scared. This Ling Xiao was too scary. He actually made him feel like he was facing the Law Lord. This was too strange. Dharma Apostle stood up. He cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, Young hero Ling, why don't you be the Sacred Lord yourself? With your strength, there's no problem in being the Sacred Lord. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sacred Lord? The level is too low. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:37. Too low level? Dharma apprentice smiled bitterly. So that was the case. He didn't put the position of Sacred Lord in his eyes at all. In that case, congratulations to Sacred Lord Jiangnan. You will officially become the Sacred Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. This news will also be conveyed to the other sacred cities at the same time. Dharma apprentice was very cooperative. Nonsense, he would be killed if he didn't cooperate. Thank you, Sir Dharma apprentice. How about this, when I'm done with the matters here, I'll invite you for a drink. Since Dharma apprentice was obedient, Ling Xiao wouldn't disrespect him. He wasn't such an unreasonable person. Young hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I'm really busy with work. I have to announce the news of Jiangnan becoming a sacred lord as soon as possible. I believe you're looking forward to it too, right? Dharma apprentice said with a smile. Not giving face? Ling Xiao sneered. No, stay. Just stay. Dharma apprentice wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Damn, this Ling Xiao was young, but his aura was amazing. That's right. Wang Hao, go prepare the wine and dishes. We must have a few drinks with Sir Dharma apprentice later. Ling Xiao had to let Dharma apprentice see how he dealt with the remaining 150 people. He wanted Dharma apprentice to report this matter to Commandment Sacred City. Otherwise, Commandment Sacred City would look down on Fighting Soul Sacred City in the next ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. They wouldn't arrange a seat for them. At that time, it wouldn't be good to fall out with them. After Dharma apprentice sat down, Wang Hao went to prepare the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining people. What are you going to do? He was all smiles, like a benevolent Empress Dowager. However, after experiencing what happened just now, those people understood that this kid was a smiling tiger. A knife hidden in a smile. Ling Xiao, you have already offended Sword Soul Sacred City. Are you going to offend us too? There are 30 sacred lords here. You can't afford to offend them. Gu Cheng saw Dharma apprentice's expression and knew that he couldn't count on that coward. But they had 30 sacred lords and more than 100 city lords on their side. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. So, everyone is planning to become enemies with our Fighting Soul Sacred City? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't dare. Gu Cheng hurriedly said, leave some leeway when doing things, so that we can get along well in the future. We have already witnessed your strength. In the future, it would be impossible for them to become enemies with Fighting Soul Sacred City. Wouldn't it be better for us to bury the hatchet? That's what you all think too. Ling Xiao looked at the others and said, these people seem to follow Gu Cheng's lead. Gu Cheng expressed this meaning, and they all nodded in agreement. The First Elder and Jiangnan were very satisfied with this result. Offending one sword spirit sacred city was not scary, but offending dozens of sacred cities would be troublesome. Naturally, it would be best if things could end like this. However, they still underestimated Ling Xiao's determination. Was it going to end like this? Was that even possible? Ling Xiao was almost 100% sure that once Sword Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Sacred City started a war, these people would still stand on the side of Sword Soul Sacred City. Since that was the case, he might as well solve the problem now. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao laughed. Hearing this, Gu Cheng frowned and said, then what do you want to do? Are you going to kill us as well? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Hee, I'm not bragging. It's easy for me to kill you all. But if you are willing to surrender to my Fighting Soul Sacred City, I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao chuckled. Surrender? Ling Xiao, don't be wishful thinking. Even Sword Soul Sacred City doesn't dare to talk to us like this, and you want us to surrender? Gu Cheng said disdainfully. If you don't surrender, die. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold and sinister. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden outburst. The Dharma apprentice was even more terrified. This kid was too ruthless. Such a ruthless person would definitely become a great person in the future. He must not offend this person. Later on, he had to show his loyalty. He believed that Ling Xiao needed him, a Dharma apprentice, to act as a spy in Commandment Sacred City. Ha. Die? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Cheng said disdainfully. You don't believe me? Then you can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Brothers, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Ling Xiao only killed Lung Qiuyan, and he's so arrogant. He even wants us to surrender. Listen to me. Let's work together to kill him. Gu Cheng called out to everyone, kill. His rallying power was not small. At least half of them were willing to follow him. I'm willing to surrender to young hero Ling. Suddenly, a sacred lord compromised. Thinking about it, whether it was Ling Xiao or Hai Myung-ko, they all displayed terrifying combat strength. If he could follow Ling Xiao, it would definitely be a good thing for him and his sacred city. I'm also willing to surrender, another person said. Out of the 30 sacred lords, a total of 10 were willing to surrender. It seemed that these people had good eyesight. Very good, but I'm doubtful of your loyalty. So, you must all eat the soul-absorbing pills I'm giving you. Ling Xiao took out a total of 50 soul-absorbing pills for the 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords. Don't worry, the soul-absorbing pills won't harm you at all. On the contrary, it can increase your cultivation speed. But if you want to betray me, the soul-absorbing pills will kill you. The soul-absorbing pill will take your life and turn you into pathetic puppets. It's fine if you're loyal. This is too much. Out of the 10 sacred lords who were willing to surrender, 4 started to retreat. Ling Xiao didn't care. What he wanted were obedient subordinates. These people couldn't gain his trust for the time being. Of course, he would use this method to temporarily control them. Whether you want to eat or not is up to you. Ling Xiao didn't force them. I'll eat. 6 of the sacred lords took the lead and ate. The city lords they brought also ate. Very good. Arrange seats for them. I still have things to discuss with them later. I'll eat too. The 7th sacred lord compromised. Next was the 8th. The 9th. Out of the sacred lords who were willing to surrender, the 10th sacred lord saw that everyone else had eaten and thought that he might as well eat too. Anyway, it didn't seem like anything would happen to those few who ate it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and endured. Thus, a total of 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords ate the soul-absorbing pills. The remaining 100 sacred lords and city lords didn't even have the thought of surrendering, let alone eating the soul-absorbing pills. Gu Cheng was one of them. All right, let's kill them. No one knew who Ling Xiao was talking to, but he spoke so casually that it was as if he was saying something that couldn't be any more ordinary. Before Gu Cheng and the others could react, a black shadow had already rushed into the crowd. The 100 people were all killed in an instant. The aura that the black shadow released in an instant made everyone present tremble with fear. If one wanted others to surrender, other than emotions, one must have dignity. Ling Xiao had the giant Devil King kill those 100 people for this reason. End of chapter. Chapter 43-38. Those 100 men, including the Saint Lords and City Lords, died on the spot without any chance to regret. The 50 men who had joined Ling Xiao were so scared that they started trembling. They were secretly glad that they had made the right choice. Among the dead men, there were the 2nd and 3rd elders from the disciplinary palace. Ling Xiao would never allow traitors to return, not even if they turned over a new leaf. Betrayal was something he hated the most. Even if it was just once, he would never forgive it. All right, don't be afraid. Let's go and have a good meal. Ling Xiao looked at the 50 men who had joined him and said with a smile. Plop. Including the law apprentice, all 51 men kneeled down. We will serve the boss until death do us part. All right, all right, all right, get up. I'm not that scary. Ling Xiao smiled and helped the law apprentice up. Since Master Law Apprentice is willing to help Ling Xiao, that's great. Let's go. We'll talk at the banquet. This banquet could be considered to be quite a joyous meal. Before the law apprentice left, he told Ling Xiao his name. His name was Zhang Huan. It wasn't a dazzling name, but as a law apprentice of the disciplinary palace and a peak heavenly core warrior. In many places, that was something that could be said. The 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords also left after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Their alliance wouldn't be announced to the public for now. They would just secretly serve Ling Xiao as their leader. They would respectfully address Ling Xiao as their boss, or the Great Saint Lord. Just like that, Ling Xiao became the Great Saint Lord of 11 saint cities. Of course, aside from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, The other 10 saint cities still needed time to reorganize. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about that. He believed that the 10 saint lords would do a good job. In the future, there would be a large number of Heavenly Empire's residents coming here to cultivate. Step by step, everyone was climbing towards the peak. 11 saint cities, naturally, they could accommodate more people than one saint city. After they left, Ling Xiao gathered all the people from Fighting Soul Sacred City who had participated in the battle. Everyone, as you can see, the population of War Soul Sacred City has withered. But I've already brought in talents from outside. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City would prosper again. You don't have to worry about your status. I, Ling Xiao, only set 2 rules. The most important one is loyalty. Secondly, strength. If you're loyal enough to me, and your strength can be ranked at the top, then you'll have a chance to climb up. As for resources, you don't have to worry. Since you've decided to stay, trust me, Ling Xiao. In that case, you will be no different from the people I recruited. Even the worst of you will get the resources and training you deserve. Of course, the higher one's strength and the higher one's ranking, the more resources one would receive. But I will not allow such things as internal strife. If I find out, I will immediately scram from War Soul Sacred City. There will be no second chance. Did you hear that? I heard it. In fact, the people who stayed here were most worried that Ling Xiao would treat the newcomers differently after recruiting them. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassurance to them. Very good. Don't worry and go cultivate boldly. If you feel wronged outside, you can tell any of the city lords directly. They will support you. If they can't, Holy Lord Jiangnan will help you. If even Holy Lord Jiangnan can't do it, I will do it myself. We are Fighting Soul Sacred City. When you do things, you must act like a warrior. Don't be afraid of offending people. As long as your request is reasonable, as long as it's not outrageous, as long as you don't take the initiative to bully others, you can do it. You can do it. Stick out your chest and raise your head. Don't lower your noble heads. Yes, Ling Xiao's words made the old fellow's blood boil with excitement. For so many years, they had been cautious and timid, not daring to offend anyone. But they were still bullied. Sometimes, they wondered if they had done something wrong. But they didn't have the strength to change. Now, Ling Xiao had made up their minds for them. Why would they be afraid? Today, I will say it here. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even Commandment Sacred City can't bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. He enjoyed the feeling of being treated as the backbone of the team and the boss of the team. No wonder so many people would fight to the death for power. General Zhao is back. After 3 days, Zhao Fengyan finally rushed back and brought back 100,000 people. These 100,000 people were also carefully selected. They gathered the top geniuses and capable people from Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Black Tortoise Continent. After all, the current population of the Heavenly Empire had exceeded 10 billion. It was easy to select 100,000 geniuses. This day was the day of calamity for Fighting Soul Sacred City. This day was also the birthday of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Quietly, an organization known as the Battle Alliance was born. It temporarily governed 11 sacred cities. Although these 11 holy cities were currently ranked around 1,500, the holy cities were all ranked around 1,500. But the future was definitely promising. Fighting Soul Sacred City was the headquarters of Fighting Soul Alliance. In the future, if there were outstanding martial artists in the other 10 sacred cities, they could also come to Fighting Soul Sacred City to receive training. It was just like how martial artists like them dreamed of going to the Golden City. Setting the rules was actually very simple. Such rules were already very perfect in the Golden Heavenly Domain. It only needed to be changed slightly. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the various rankings. Every sacred city had its own way of selecting geniuses, as long as it was strictly followed. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about these things. Why did he have to get Jiang Nan to the position of Sacred Lord? Wasn't it just to be a hands-off shopkeeper? Jiang Nan was very knowledgeable about this matter. When everything in Fighting Soul Alliance began to operate in an orderly manner, Zhao Fengyan left again. Naturally, it was to find geniuses for Fighting Soul Alliance. Not only did they have to choose from the Heavenly Empire, this huge golden heavenly domain was also the cradle of talents. They couldn't miss it. While everything was operating in an orderly manner, Ling Xiao also continued his cultivation. After all, there was still the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. He didn't plan to use the Great Devil King in this battle. That was a deterrent power. Once it was used, it meant that either he planned to deter the enemy, or there was no other way. He still had to continue to improve his strength. But how could he improve his strength? It seemed that no one had come to cause trouble recently. His cultivation was different from others. He needed to constantly fight. Was there any place in the 3,000 sacred cities where he could fight? He planned to ask Jiangnan. He believed that Jiangnan was the clearest about this kind of thing. Thinking of this, he was about to get up and go, but he saw Jiangnan personally looking for him. Sacred Lord Jiangnan, you're a busy person. Why do you have time to look for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I say, Great Sacred Lord, you've done a good job of being a hands-off shopkeeper. You've exhausted me. But seeing this scene of prosperity, I'm happy in my heart. Jiangnan looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 43-39. Although Jiangnan was much older than Ling Xiao, she was even Ling Xiao's superior. But that was all in the past. Ling Xiao had been playing a good game recently. Not only did he protect War Soul Sacred City, but he also subdued 10 sacred cities. He formed the War Soul Alliance. Although it wasn't announced to the public, but in their hearts, they knew it. If this huge force developed, even Commandment Sacred City wouldn't be able to control them in the future. Oh right, what's the matter, Sacred Lord Jiang? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Oh, look, I almost forgot about the important matter. Jiangnan slapped her forehead and said, Here, this is a letter of challenge for you. She handed a letter of challenge to Ling Xiao and said, This letter of challenge comes from Sin Sacred City, ranked 3rd among the 10 sacred cities. You should know from the name. Sin Sacred City is ranked 1st among the 3,000 sacred cities. It's dozens of times bigger than our War Soul Sacred City. Their strength is also incomparably terrifying. The 4 powerful countries are nothing in front of them. The city lords of the 10 sacred cities are generally at the extreme core realm. The Sacred Lord's strength has even reached the core-shattering realm. To be able to rank in the top 3 of Sin Sacred City, they are even more amazing existences. But let me remind you, Sin Sacred City is rich in sin. The martial artists there were all lawless people who disregarded the law and natural morality. Their Sacred Lord, who considers himself the boss, once committed a serious crime. But because of his strength, he made great contributions. So he was pardoned. I understand the situation of Sin Sacred City, but who is this Black Fong who challenged me? Ling Xiao looked at the letter of challenge. It was signed by Black Fong. But to be honest, he hadn't been in the 3,000 sacred cities for long. He really didn't know much about this Black Fong. And this guy's attitude is very rude. He actually wants to kill me? I don't think I have any enmity with him. Jiangnan smiled bitterly and said, Black Fong is one of the 10 Holy Sun of the 3,000 sacred cities. The so-called 10 Holy Sun referred to the 10 most outstanding youths in the 3,000 holy cities. They were all below the age of 100. Black Fong was the last of the 10 Holy Sons, the son of Sin. However, it was said that his cultivation base had already reached the early stage of the extreme realm of core. He's not to be trifled with. The early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. I wonder how it compares to Yu Qiong? Ling Xiao thought of Yu Qiong, the martial artist at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan that he had killed. It should be about the same. After all, Yu Qiong had been carefully nurtured by the Yu family. This Black Fong was naturally nurtured by Nifa's holy city. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat this Black Fong, he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to win. The 10th Holy Sun. It really wasn't a bluff. But how dare these guys call themselves the Holy Sun? It seemed like he had long forgotten about the sacred dynasty. The only Holy Sun in my heart is Hai Myung Ko. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Is the great Holy Lord prepared to accept this challenge? Jiangnan asked. Ignore him. If he wants to challenge me, should I agree? How much face would I lose? Also, Why is this guy so hostile towards me? Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. It's very likely because of Long Qiuyan's death, Jiang Nan analyzed. Although it's also hearsay, I still heard some discussions. They said that this Long Qiuyan and Black Fong had an extremely good relationship in private. Maybe they were lovers or something. In the end, you killed Long Qiuyan. How could this Black Fong not find trouble with you? Her. So that's how it is. I kind of understand now. Ling Xiao smiled. Sure enough, it was because of the relationship between men and women. But which ones are these 10 holy cities? Since Jiang Nan came today, Ling Xiao had to raise all his questions. He still knew too little about the 3,000 holy cities. Now that he could ask more, it was not a bad thing. Jiang Nan said, from high to low, they are Scarlet Sun Holy City, Sky Sea Holy City, Nefarious Holy City, Moon Solstice Holy City, Thunderstorm Holy City, Raging Fire Holy City, Earth Bear Holy City, Divine Sword Holy City, Saber Tyrant Holy City, and Beast Taming Holy City. Among these 10 holy cities, some have a long history, some have just risen. But they are all very powerful, especially Scarlet Sun Holy City, Sky Sea Holy City, and Nefarious Holy City. They are all ancient holy cities. In Golden City, there are many of their disciples. Then there is the newly risen Saber Holy City. Just 100 years ago, they were just a holy city that had just been formed. Now, they are already ranked 9th. These 10 holy cities are just my stepping stones after all. Ling Xiao smiled and did not take it too seriously. After all, these 10 holy cities were not as good as Commandment Holy City. He did not even care about Commandment Holy City. Why would he care about these? Great Holy Lord is still the best. Anyway, when I hear about these 10 holy cities, I feel goosebumps. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. That's because you haven't gotten used to being on top. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City will stand at the top of the 3,000 holy cities. It will even become the rule maker here. Golden City will not be able to control us. Ling Xiao was still confident. If he had not succeeded in the past, it would be pure boasting. But he had done something similar in the past. Naturally, he had a certain level of confidence. Also, Jiang Nan, what is going on with this divine martial sacred city? Ling Xiao pointed to a place on the letter of challenge and asked, Black Fong asked me to fight with him in divine martial sacred city. Won't others care? Ha, great holy lord. You really need to know more about the 3,000 holy cities. Among the 3,000 holy cities, other than Commandment Holy City, there are a few cities that are classified as professional cities. For example, the Divine Martial Sacred City was simply a place for martial artists to fight. In the future, the 3,000 holy cities ranking battle will be held here. Jiang Nan smiled. Aya, this is embarrassing. Ling Xiao covered his face and said, there were times when he was relaxed and also times when he liked to joke. According to Jiang Nan, this divine martial sacred city was connected to the teleportation array of every holy city. You could directly teleport there, as long as you had a certain level of talent. And if you passed the application, you could fight here. There would be all kinds of battles here almost every day, including duels, scenes, and so on. This place had the most advanced battle system among the 3,000 holy cities. You could choose a lot of different opponents. You could also choose a lot of different battle styles. There would probably be millions of battles here every day. Divine Martial Sacred City also had an interesting setting. Fighting here would not kill anyone, but if you lost, you would lose battle merits. Wait, what battle merits? Ling Xiao found another interesting thing. You have joined a sect before, so you should not be unfamiliar with battle merits. Last time, when you carried out the mission to eliminate the river bandits, you should have gotten some battle merits. Take out your disciple token and let me see. Jiang Nan said. Ling Xiao hurriedly took out his disciple token and inserted his soul power. Sure enough, he found that he had 10 battle merits. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4340. Oh, there really is such a thing as merit points. But what can it be used for? In the past, the sect's merit points could be used to exchange for things. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and asked, of course it's the same. You have to know that the Golden Sky region also developed from the sect. Jiangnan answered, I really don't know about that. Where can I exchange for it? How? Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. Although he didn't need any martial skills for the time being, he still needed many medicinal herbs and demon beast cores for cultivation. You don't need merit points, and you don't need it outside either. So as long as you have it, you have to exchange it. This is also in Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City is divided into 4 major areas. One is the battle zone, another is the exchange area, another is the business district, and the 4th is the cultivation district. There are a lot of rare items in the exchange area, including martial skills, medicinal herbs, and so on. There are law masters, law knights, and law disciples from Divine Martial Sacred City to protect it. There is also a powerful formation protecting it. Usually, there won't be any problems. Martial skills, divine abilities, secret techniques, and so on can't be taken out. You can only spend merit points to look inside. You will be charged according to time. But there are a lot of good things inside. It's rumored that there are even battle records that surpass emperors. Let's see if you have the ability to exchange for it. Sigh, I should have known earlier. What a pity. Ling Xiao sighed and then asked about the method to obtain merit points. According to Jiang Nan, there were 3 ways to obtain merit points. The first was to complete missions assigned by Divine Martial Sacred City. For example, the mission to deal with the river bandits could give different amounts of merit points. The second was to battle. This battle requirement could only be carried out in the battle zone of Divine Martial Sacred City. Defeating a martial artist of the same cultivation level would give you merit points. There was a precise calculation method for how much the reward was. Jiang Nan didn't understand it. The third way was to submit items to Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City needed some items, so they would purchase them. If you have them, as long as you submit them, you can get a lot of merit points. I see. Ling Xiao pondered. It seemed like he would have to go to Divine Martial Sacred City often in the future. Then, Jiang Nan told Ling Xiao about the situation in the business district. The business district was actually similar to the sect's trading market, but the scale was much larger. At the same time, it could accommodate hundreds of millions of martial artists for transactions without any problems. If you want something, you can directly search for it through the business district system. Then, it will tell you where it is, and you just have to go there. Jiang Nan continued to talk about the situation in the cultivation area. This cultivation area was somewhat similar to the cultivation space at the back mountain of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. However, the content of cultivation was much richer. Basically, all the warriors in the 3,000 sacred cities could cultivate there once they reached a certain level. Even martial artists in the Shattered Core realm could find a suitable cultivation method for themselves there. However, going to the cultivation area wasn't free. One had to pay spirit stones or battle achievement points. Spirit stones could only be high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones. The requirements were still very high. By the way, let me tell you something. In the Divine Martial Sacred City, other than the battle zone, killing is allowed in the other 3 zones. The problem is that you can't get caught. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Finally, Jiangnan reminded him, there are actually a lot of lawless areas in the 3,000 holy cities. Usually, the areas where the sacred city intersects are very dangerous. There are also some remote valleys. It's best not to go to those places. Otherwise, if you get killed, no one will care. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded his head. All right, I've said what I wanted to say. I have to go now. There are still a lot of things I need to do. Cultivate well. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. After Jiangnan left, Ling Xiao started to think about his next plan. Just now, he was looking for a place where he could fight. Jiangnan told him about the Divine Martial Sacred City. Fighting in the Divine Martial Sacred City could not only increase one's strength, it could also give him battle achievement points. It was a really good place to go. His cultivation base had reached the peak Earth Core realm, but he had broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm before. Therefore, it would be easier for him to break through. Besides, he could use his battle achievement points to exchange for martial skills and divine abilities. Although he already had the Heaven Covering Palm, 12 Divine Beast skill, and 23 Dragon Subduing Swords, these three powerful martial skills, but the 23 dragon subduing swords could only reach the strength of a peak 9th level Emperor Realm martial artist. It was the same for the heaven-covering palm. Only the 12 divine beasts skill was the strongest, but it was troublesome to cultivate, as it required some special materials. Also, his falling plum clear shadow steps would lose its advantage after he broke through to the heavenly core realm. He had to find another one. Therefore, he had thought about it. He had to visit the exchange district in the divine martial sacred city. If there were any suitable martial skills or divine abilities, he had to get them. Of course, he could just ask Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and the others for martial skills. But the problem was, the martial skills given by others might not be suitable for him. Therefore, he had to do both. The most suitable martial skill was the best. There was less than half a month left until the ranking battle. This little bit of time might not be useful to others, but it was different for him. With his cultivation ability, it was highly possible for him to break through in the remaining time. After all, if he could cultivate in the Golden City, his starting point would be higher. His harvest would also be higher. His strength would also increase at a faster rate. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait any longer. He walked out of his room and chose to use the teleportation formation to travel to the divine martial sacred city. For him, bodyguards were meaningless. The most powerful bodyguards were in his mountain river world. Besides the lord of the Saint Discipline City, he wasn't afraid of anyone else. After a brief moment of teleportation, it only took him 1 or 2 minutes. He arrived at the entrance of the divine martial sacred city. Normally, the teleportation formation was located outside the city. This was to prevent people with evil intentions from using the teleportation formation to do bad things. There was a tea house near the teleportation formation. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to enter the divine martial sacred city. Instead, he decided to gather some information first. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by someone. "Young man, you must be new here. Don't be afraid. Big Brother has nothing to do. All newcomers who come to the divine martial sacred city have to pay 10,000 upper-rank soul stones as a security fee. As long as you pay, I can guarantee that no one will be able to bully you in the divine martial sacred city." There were a dozen men who stopped Ling Xiao. Judging from their appearance, they were the local ruffians who lived near the divine martial sacred city. But these guys were pretty strong. The leader was a peak 6th heavenly core warrior, and the rest of them were all at the early 6th heavenly core realm. One had to admit that the 3,000 sacred cities were really strong. Especially the divine martial sacred city. It was rumored that just like the Saint Discipline City, it was the closest city to the Golden City. Even the local ruffians were so strong. It looked like the rumors were true. The locations of the 3,000 sacred cities weren't fixed. For example, the higher the ranking, the closer it was to the Golden City. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-41. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't have 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, but to pay protection fees for these rascals? Wasn't that a joke? Ling Xiao sneered and was about to speak. Right at this moment, someone roared, "You rascals, why aren't you getting out of here? You only know how to bully the new warriors. If you have the ability, come and fight with me." Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person walking out of the tea house. He was 3 meters tall and had such a strong body, but his divine soul was only in his 20s. This was considered very young in the 4 regions. After all, anyone below 50 years old was considered a teenager. This person was not only strong, but also had dark skin, like a black iron tower. "Who are you? So strong?" The leader of the ruffians sneered. "Me? My name is Kill the Wolf." The strong young man laughed. There was a hint of shrewdness in his honesty. Most of the time, people who looked honest on the outside were actually not stupid. It was just that they didn't like to show off their cleverness with words. When it was time to do something, one would realize how terrifying their intelligence was. "Boss, let's go. That's Kill the Wolf, one of the 10 Holy Sun." The ruffians under his command whispered. The boss was shocked and quickly turned to run. One of the 10 Holy Sun? Ling Xiao knew that Black Fong was the weakest of the 10 Holy Sun. This Kill the Wolf was more powerful than Black Fong. Completion of the Dan realm. He was probably one of the best among the 10 Holy Sun. After a little surprise, Ling Xiao regained his usual smile. Thank you, Brother Kill. Don't call me Brother Kill. Just call me Brother Wolf. It sounds better. Kill the Wolf laughed honestly. And I don't think I'm helping you. It's them. If they really wanted to help, they would be dead by now. Brother Wolf has good eyes. Ling Xiao didn't hide it. Kill the Wolf laughed. How should I address you, brother? I, Kill the Wolf, like to make friends with straightforward people. Ling Xiao said, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao who killed Lung Qiuyan? Kill the Wolf exclaimed. That's right. When he answered, Ling Xiao was already prepared for battle. After all, that woman, Lung Qiuyan, was very good at bewitching people's hearts. With the matter of Black Fong's challenge, Ling Xiao felt that it was better to be cautious. You don't have to be nervous. I also can't stand that girl Lung Qiuyan's overbearing manner. You make it sound like you're so awesome. Kill the Wolf saw Ling Xiao's vigilance and waved his hand with a smile. That's for the best. I don't want to meet an enemy like Brother Wolf. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the intention to get close to Kill the Wolf. Although he didn't know which sacred city Kill the Wolf came from, as one of the 10 Holy Sun, he definitely knew more about divine martial sacred city than him. If he had a good relationship with this guy, he could definitely avoid a lot of trouble. After all, Ling Xiao didn't come to divine martial sacred city to cause trouble, but to fight. Ha 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 ha, you're interesting. I'm going to divine martial sacred city to fight. What about you? Kill the Wolf laughed. Obviously, he was very happy with Ling Xiao's words. Same. Ling Xiao said, That's great. I was worried that I would be bored alone. Come, let's go together. It's your first time here. I'm afraid you're not familiar with this place. I'll bring you along. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage. Kill the Wolf walked up with a smile. At least for now, he didn't seem to have any hostility. Moreover, Ling Xiao believed in his own eyes. This Kill the Wolf might be a little boorish, but he definitely wasn't a person who liked to scheme. Even if he wanted to deal with him, he would do it openly. He wouldn't do anything behind his back. There wouldn't be any problems if he accompanied such a person. My pleasure. Ling Xiao smiled. If he encountered any trouble, he could just ask Kill the Wolf to solve it. He didn't even have to do anything. This was a good deal. Let's go. Kill the Wolf suddenly activated his true yuan and rushed out. His speed was quite fast. Although he wasn't a martial artist who specialized in speed, he still wanted to test Ling Xiao. However, when he was about to turn around to look at Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was already gone. Where's that kid? Brother Wolf, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice came from in front of Kill the Wolf. This gave Kill the Wolf a fright. Damn, your speed is scary. You're even faster than me, who's at the peak of the Dan realm. He was really scared. Actually, it's nothing. I'm mainly good at speed. That wasn't wrong. In order to save his life, Ling Xiao would first think of how to increase his speed every time he went to a place. Because only when his speed reached a certain level could he greatly increase his survival rate. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to escape. You're really not simple. Kill the Wolf didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at first. After all, the difference in cultivation was so big. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. But this time, he lost in speed, which made Kill the Wolf completely reevaluate Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you've taught me a lesson. From calling him kid and guy to Brother Ling, this wasn't just a change of words. It came from the bottom of his heart. Compared to Brother Wolf, my little trick is nothing. Is divine martial sacred city in front? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the vast city in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. Divine martial sacred city was at least 100 times bigger than Warsoul sacred city. Standing on the vast plain, it was like a terrifying giant beast, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Yes, divine martial sacred city is the largest city among the 3,000 sacred cities. After all, the martial artists of the 3,000 sacred cities often come here. Let's go. We'll go directly to the battle area. It was obviously not the first time Kill the Wolf had come here, so he was familiar with the place and wasn't as shocked as Ling Xiao about divine martial sacred city. Before the two entered the city, they were checked by the guards, mainly to check the disciples' badge. After confirming that there were no problems, they were allowed to enter. There were 4 different paths to enter divine martial sacred city. They led to the battle area, the business area, the exchange area, and the cultivation area. The moment he stepped into the battle area, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his blood start to boil. Terrifying battle intent was everywhere in the battle area. At the same time, there were probably tens of thousands of people fighting. No matter what kind of battle it was, this was a stage for those who liked to fight. It was the favorite place for martial artists who pursued strength. Whether it was Azure Lotus Sword Girl, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, or Zhao Fengyun, they had all fought here before and finally entered the Golden City to further their studies with outstanding results. He had finally arrived here. It was time to start a new journey. What's that? Ling Xiao saw a statue on the square outside the battle area. The statue was actually a woman. However, the statue of this woman looked valiant and majestic. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the book. Chapter 43-42. He didn't know if the person who made the statue was too skilled or if the woman's fighting spirit was too strong, but the statue seemed to have a sharp edge. Anyway, standing in front of the statue, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. The most important thing was that this woman was actually someone he knew. Yang Shuyi? When he was escaping from the bloody battlefield, he participated in Yang Shuyi's marriage ceremony. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. Later, he found out that Yang Shuyi's strength was extraordinary, but he had never figured out how strong she was. The only thing he knew was that this woman came from the core of the Golden Sky domain Golden City. You know the Valkyrie? Kill the Wolf asked with a smile. Valkyrie? Yes, Valkyrie Yang Shuyi. In the Divine Martial Sacred City's battle zone, her winning streak has reached 10,000. Because of this, she was directly admitted into the Golden City. Now, she's already the Valkyrie of Golden City. Her strength is so strong that she's on par with the Fire Emperor. It's also because of this that no one has ever broken the record she set. That was why her statue was erected here. It's used to inspire future generations. Kill the Wolf explained. The 10 Holy Sun once wanted to imitate her, but none of them succeeded. Even the guy in the first place had only won 1,000 matches in a row. The gap is too big. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the ranking battle. Let's work hard together. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the ability to win 10,000 consecutive battles, but he probably didn't have enough time. Therefore, the ranking battle was still the key. He didn't know if Black Fong was here. If so, it would be interesting. If this guy was obedient, it would be fine. If not, although they couldn't kill here, they could still teach him a lesson. As the two talked, they walked into the battle hall. There were many small screens here. If you wanted to watch a battle, you could choose it yourself. There were also 4 big screens that were broadcasting 4 battles at the same time. These live battles were selected from among them. The more exciting battles were also the ones that everyone paid more attention to. The battle hall was very lively. Here, of course, you could also choose to start a random battle or a scenario battle. There were also 2 types of battles. The first type was restricted. You could choose the range of your opponent's strength. The other was unlimited. The opponents were random, and their strength was random. You might even encounter a core-shattering realm martial artist. This was prepared for those martial artists who were looking for excitement. Most people wouldn't make such a choice. Do you want to fight now? Kill the Wolf asked. There's no need to rush. Take me around and let me know more. Ling Xiao said. That's not a problem. Kill the Wolf said. Then, the two of them wandered around the battle hall. There were many new gadgets here that Ling Xiao could call black technology. It was said that this kind of advanced technology came from the Shinji continent. The closer they were to the Divine Mysteries continent, the higher the chances of black technology appearing. Ling Xiao really had an urgent wish now. After all, these novel gadgets were too important for the development of a country. Ling Xiao, it's really you. All of a sudden, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the voice. It was Lion Master Bao, the man he met in Shuiyu country. And the woman next to him, wasn't she Leng Yin? Why are you here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Both Lion Master Bao and Yi Lengyan had become stronger. Their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's when they were still alive. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was extremely fast, both of them hadn't fallen behind by much. Especially after going through the training in the secret realm, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Lion Master Bao was now a peak Earth Core warrior, but his combat strength was no weaker than an early Heavenly Core warrior. As for Yi Lengyan, she was a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. Both of them had made great progress. Of course we're here. After we heard you joined the 3000 Saint City, we followed you here. We were also selected to join the Sword Soul Saint City. We're here to increase our strength. Lion Master Bao said excitedly. Sword Soul Saint City? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. That was the enemy of the Fighting Soul Saint City. Ling Xiao, don't worry. After we heard you killed Lung Xiaoyan, we decided to leave the Sword Soul Saint City. We were planning to go to your place to earn a living. We didn't expect to meet you here. Lion Master Bao hastily explained. Thank you, my good brother. Ling Xiao sighed. These two men still remembered their old friendship. It was rare. Aren't you going to thank me? Yi Lengyan said impatiently. Of course we have to thank you. Of course we have to thank you. The Fighting Soul Saint City has always welcomed you with open arms. Ling Xiao said excitedly, but why didn't Darkfrost come with you? Ling Xiao had always been worried about this little sister of his. Darkfrost is now the strongest warrior in Xueyu country. I'm afraid her talent is only second to you. She won't be able to leave so easily. She said she wanted to find a way to unite Xueyu country and Purple Spirit country, and she asked me to inform you. Lion Master Bao sighed. Ming Shuang, you really are my good little sister. Ling Xiao was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Darkfrost, this little girl, he didn't need to worry about her. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. We have to go to the exchange district. See you in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Lion Master Bao saw that Ling Xiao seemed to have something to do, so he didn't waste any more time. With a smile, he dragged Yi Lengyan away. Lion Master Bao had originally pursued Xue Wushuang, but because Xue Wushuang was too disgusting, Ling Xiao had already killed her. Seeing that Lion Master Bao had a new home, Ling Xiao was relieved. After all, he was his good brother. Although he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and the others, but he was also a comrade who had shed blood and fought together. I didn't expect you to be so popular. I thought that with your personality, you wouldn't have any friends. Kill the Wolf said with a smile on his face. Are you cursing me? All right, let's stop wandering around. Let's go fight. I have a rough idea of what's going on here. I'm itching for a fight. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Let's go. Kill the Wolf brought Ling Xiao to a machine. This machine was the pinnacle of the Divine Secrets Continent's black technology. It was completely made of metal. Using energy stones as the raw material, it could be connected to the battle zone system. You can choose the conditions to fight here, and soon, the system will pick out a suitable opponent for you. A warrior was standing near the machine. He was an early Heavenly Core warrior. He should be one of the guards in the battle zone. When he saw Kill the Wolf, the guard quickly walked over and said, The Holy Sun wants to choose his opponent through the machine. Or do you already have someone in mind? It made sense for him to ask this question. Under normal circumstances, the battles were random, and no one knew who their opponent would be. But there was still the option of a battle. Both parties knew who their opponent was. They had to fight here. Aside from not killing anyone, they could do anything. Chapter 43:43. We'll just use the machine to choose our opponent. Kill the Wolf nodded his head, then he started teaching Ling Xiao how to use the machine. The guard was surprised when he saw this. Even among the 10 saints, Sha Polang was one of the top few. Yet, he paid so much attention to this unfamiliar face. Could they be brothers? Or a relative? Although he had a lot of questions in his mind, he didn't dare ask. He was just a guard here. Although he was strong, he couldn't compare with the 10 Holy Sun. Besides, Kill the Wolf was one of the stronger ones among the 10 Holy Sun. Here, choose the opponent you want to challenge. You can choose the age, gender, etc. Of course, the most important thing is your cultivation base. Kill the Wolf might look rough, but he was actually very careful. Age, gender, and cultivation base. And let's warm up first. Choose between the peak heavenly core realm and the early extreme core realm. While Ling Xiao was making his choice, many people were watching the show. After all, Kill the Wolf's appearance here was very attractive. Holy Sun, this brother didn't choose the wrong opponent, right? He should only be at the Earth core realm, and he chose between the peak heavenly core realm and the early extreme core realm? Did he make a mistake? Before you click confirm, you can cancel the challenge. The guard reminded Jiang Chen. All the surrounding warriors were discussing among themselves. They all thought Ling Xiao must have made a mistake. However, Ling Xiao just smiled. On the surface, he was only at the peak heavenly core realm. No wonder people thought so. It was normal. As for what happened in the heavenly demon ghost region, it hadn't spread to the golden sky region yet. Even if it did, people might think it was someone with the same name. They wouldn't think it was him either. Let's talk about how he killed Lung Qiuyan. Although the news had been leaked, not many people believed that he was the culprit. They all thought he had the help of some powerful warrior. This was the main reason why Sword Soul Saint City didn't look for trouble with War Soul Saint City. They were worried that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. Can I choose? But I'm not interested in warriors below the perfect heavenly core realm. Ling Xiao looked at Kill the Wolf and asked, don't listen to them. Even if you want to choose a shattered core realm martial artist, it's not a problem. It's fine as long as you think you can win. Kill the Wolf said, that's good. Ling Xiao nodded and pressed confirm. He really dares to be so sure. Who is this person? Someone asked. Doesn't it have a name? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. This person recited Ling Xiao's name and suddenly said in surprise, could he be the one who killed Lung Qiuyan? It's said that even the Holy Lord of War Soul Sacred City has to listen to him. Bullsh *T. Although I've heard about this matter, I still feel that it's a bluff. He probably wants to build momentum for him. I think so too. Previously, I was a little bit convinced, but after seeing it today, this Ling Xiao is only at the perfect Earth core realm. How strong can he be? Let's see who his opponent is. Everyone stared at the big screen. It showed the information of the next 10,000 battles. Waduo. It's actually Waduo. He is indeed a perfect heavenly core opponent. If this Waduo was in the Saint City, which is ranked below 1,000, he would be a holy lord. Hee. Today I can finally see if this Ling Xiao is the real deal. The conversation quickly attracted a lot of people. When they heard that Ling Xiao was going to fight, and his opponent was Waduo, they all came running. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They knew what these people were thinking, and they even set up a big screen to broadcast the battle between Ling Xiao and Waduo. Many people were not convinced by Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao killing Lung Qiuyan was something they couldn't believe. Therefore, they wanted to see Ling Xiao's true strength with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, a few tens of thousands of people had gathered in front of the big screen. Looks like they are the same as me. They are doubtful about your strength. Kill the Wolf was indeed a straightforward man. He just said it out loud. Do you have the strength to defeat Lung Qiuyan? Let me see with my own eyes. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Ling Xiao smiled. He took out the battle number from the machine and handed it over to the front desk. After that, he stood in front of something that looked like a teleportation device. As the countdown began, he could feel a force slowly emerging. This should be a short-distance teleportation device. It could teleport him directly to the battleground. In the next moment, he arrived at the battleground. Here, he realized that besides watching the battles through the big screen in the main hall, there were many other places. The battleground also had a lot of spectator seats, but it was free to watch from the outside. There was a fee to watch from here. Every time you came here, you could watch at least 10 battles. Of course, the fee wasn't low either. In order to support Ling Xiao, Kill the Wolf bought a ticket to enter the battleground. Besides him, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lungyan were here as well. When they were in the exchange area, they suddenly heard the announcement that Ling Xiao was going to fight Waduo. They immediately rushed over. Ling Xiao was their good brother. They had no reason not to support him. Spending some money was nothing. Besides, they were going to leave Sword Soul City and head to War Soul City. They had to witness the strength of the strongest warrior in War Soul City. Please advise me. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent. It was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. He should be over 100 years old. Among the perfect heavenly core warriors, his strength was close to Long Qiuyan's, but he was still weaker. He was much stronger than Di Tuatyin. Using an opponent like this as a warm-up was not bad. You're that Ling Xiao who caused a lot of trouble recently? Waduo sneered. That's right, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Very well, I won't hide it from you. I am a disciple from Evil Saint City. I love to destroy people like you. Huh? Waduo laughed crazily. Is this guy an idiot? Ling Xiao sighed. Are you going to fight or not? Too bad I can't kill anyone here, or else I would definitely kill you, you arrogant little brat. Oh right, our holy son, Black Fong, said he wants to spar with you. Perfect, I'll help him test your skills. Waduo sneered, then he charged towards Ling Xiao. He attacked with all his strength, unleashing his martial soul. The martial souls of the Evil Saint City were all unique. Waduo's martial soul was a famous murderous demon. That was why he was extremely ruthless. Although he couldn't kill anyone, he didn't mind crippling Ling Xiao. Facing Waduo's attack, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Against someone like this, he didn't need to use his beast soul transformation. That was why he used his human form to fight. He didn't even use his sword. When he was fighting Long Qiuyan, he didn't use his sword, and he didn't need to do so now. It was precisely because of this that Waduo had the misconception that he could fight Ling Xiao to a standstill. Chapter 43-44. It was an exciting battle, and it attracted many cheers from the audience. After all, many people were suspicious of Ling Xiao. Today, when they saw how Ling Xiao was able to fight evenly with Waduo, they were surprised. They were also impressed. Is this the Ling Xiao who killed Long Qiuyan? That's right, he's strong, right? He fought the murderous demon Waduo with his bare hands. He didn't lose at all. When I heard that he killed Long Qiuyan, I thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, I think it might be true. But with his current performance, I don't think he can kill Long Qiuyan, right? Let's wait and see. He might have some trump cards. That's right, it won't be easy to defeat Waduo. Waduo is a very strong warrior amongst the perfect heavenly core warriors. Even in the Saint City, he is only second to the Holy Son, Black Fong. Bah, what the hell? I think this guy is going to lose soon. That's right, he dares to fight against the Saint City. Isn't he just courting death? On the spectator stand, there were some who admired Ling Xiao, and some who were spitting at him. But everyone still recognized his strength. After all, he was able to fight with a perfect heavenly core warrior to this extent. That was a very strong ability. Even those who were spitting at him couldn't say anything good about him. But Ling Xiao didn't care about all these discussions. Without transforming, he could deeply feel the threat his opponent posed to him. This kind of threat would allow him to slowly unleash his potential. Although it wouldn't be that fast, he could still improve. Under this kind of situation, he needed to train his combat skills. It would be very helpful to improve his combat skills. This was the reason why he didn't end the battle immediately. Waduo had a lot of martial skills, but the strongest one was a peak 8th Order Emperor martial skill. There were a total of 6 sets of martial skills that complemented each other, and they worked well together. Although Jiang Chun didn't know if these martial skills were exchanged in the exchange area, Ling Xiao felt this kind of fighting style was very interesting. When martial skills complemented each other, it could allow a low-ranked martial skill to unleash a stronger power. For example, Waduo's 4 sets of martial skills, when used together, could actually erupt with the power of a 9th-level Emperor-grade martial skill. This wasn't easy. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques, and only used his fists and legs to deal with the enemy. Even so, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, they fought back and forth. It was quite comfortable. The feeling of the true essence in his body, fusing with his physical body, was really good. This allowed him to more vividly experience the flow of true essence and its effects. Suddenly, the side door opened. A group of people walked in from outside. He entered the spectator stands and looked at Ling Xiao and Waduo on the battlefield. The leader had a pair of leopard-like eyes. Although it wasn't tall, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura. Everyone who sensed this aura turned around to take a look. Many people lowered their heads, revealing a look of fear. However, Most people were still as calm as ever, and even a little annoyed. This was divine martial sacred city. No matter who came, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Black Fong, it's fine that you're here. It's not good to disturb others watching the battle. Put away your trashy aura, or I'll kill you. The person who spoke was Kill the Wolf. He was one of the people who didn't fear this group of people. When Black Fong saw Kill the Wolf, he frowned and restrained his aura. That's right. The people who followed him were all martial artists from divine martial sacred city. They found an empty seat and sat down. Although they were lawless, they were still afraid of the strong. This was the way the world was. Even the people from divine martial sacred city were no exception. Holy Sun, it's indeed Waduo who's fighting with that kid called Ling Xiao. Hee, this kid is really bold. He actually came here. Isn't he afraid that you, Holy Sun, will kill him? There's no need for me to make a move. Waduo will teach this kid a lesson. While speaking, Black Fong glanced at Kill the Wolf. Among the people present, Kill the Wolf wasn't the only one he was afraid of. But it was definitely the one who made him the most unhappy. He used to have conflicts with Kill the Wolf. He was also beaten up by Kill the Wolf. So there was a shadow in his heart. Logically speaking, a battle like this shouldn't be able to attract a guy like Sha Polang to watch. Could it be that this guy has something to do with Ling Xiao? Black Fong was a cunning and cruel guy. He wasn't stupid. Although he thought of this, he still needed to confirm it. If Kill the Wolf was really related to Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that his previous plan would have to change. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards Kill the Wolf. Go away. He drove away a warrior sitting next to Kill the Wolf. Then he sat down and said, Kill the Wolf, are you related to Ling Xiao? I just met him, but what does this have to do with you? Kill the Wolf said disdainfully. Although they were both Holy Sun, Kill the Wolf didn't like Black Fong's character. This Black Fong had done a lot of dirty things. Just met him? Then it's easy. Today I'm going to teach this Ling Xiao a lesson. You won't stop me, right? Black Fong said coldly. Stop? I won't. Kill the Wolf smiled and shook his head. It's just that I'm afraid you're not his opponent. When saying this, Kill the Wolf pointed to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had already ended, and Ling Xiao stepped on Waduo. Now that he had warmed up, there was no need to waste his time on a peak heavenly core warrior. Go away, trash from the sacred city. Ling Xiao sent Waduo flying with a kick. For him, a place like the sacred city shouldn't even exist. Although it was normal for warriors to kill and commit arson, there was still a bottom line. As for the warriors from the sacred city, there was no bottom line. The things they did made people feel disgusted. If Ling Xiao controlled the 3,000 saint cities, he would never allow a place like this to exist. It was simply polluting the environment. Beautiful. Well done. In the audience, many people, led by Sha Polang, began to shout. The sacred city didn't have a good reputation. Every time a warrior from the sacred city was defeated, the crowd would cheer for him. This showed how many people the sacred city had offended. Originally, Ling Xiao's image in the 3,000 saint cities was still vague. But at this moment, at least he had become a man who was praised and admired by everyone. As for Waduo, he was despised by everyone. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao walked out of the battlefield through the defensive wall and came next to Kill the Wolf. The moment he saw Black Fong, he knew this man didn't come with good intentions. With just a simple guess, he knew who he was. This guy with dog-like eyes, is he the last-ranked Holy Sun, Black Fong? Hee, everyone from the sacred city deserves to die. Ling Xiao's tone wasn't good. Chapter 43-45. Ling Xiao didn't need to leave a good impression on them, since they were here to pick a fight. However, when he said this, the people around him were stunned, including Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to say such a thing. Although most of the warriors in the 3,000 holy cities had opinions about the existence of the sacred city of Sin, the problem was that the sacred city of Sin was one of the top 10 holy cities, and it was ranked quite high. Making an enemy out of the sacred city of Sin was simply courting death. Therefore, even if there was a small conflict, they would never dare to provoke them in public. This Ling Xiao was really something. They couldn't help but sigh. Kid, what did you say? Black Fong was furious. He grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and roared, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because we're in divine martial sacred city. If you have the ability, let's leave the battle zone." Hee hee, after all that talk, you're still a coward. You still don't dare to kill people in the battle zone, right? Ling Xiao mocked. Then, he patted lightly. Hey Moya felt as if his hand had been scalded by a hot soldering iron. He hurriedly loosened his grip. You dare? Black Fong roared. Why would I kill people? I don't want to be like some crazy dog, for a woman who's willing to sleep with anyone. You're clamoring to kill others. Ling Xiao mocked. Good. Very good, kid. You're ruthless. Today's grudge is formed. Kid, you better not leave the battle zone. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Black Fong spat fiercely, then looked at Kill the Wolf and said, We agreed not to make a move. You better not make a move, otherwise, it will cause a war between the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Sin. Your sacred city of Sin is only ranked 9th. Our sacred city of Sin is ranked 3rd. You're stronger than me, but don't forget that the sacred city of Sin behind you is not as good as us. Brothers, let's go. 2 of you, go and take that trash away. After saying that, Black Demon Fong turned around and left in a huff. Previously, he had only wanted to kill Ling Xiao because of Long Qiuyan. Now, he had one more reason to kill Ling Xiao. That was because Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that it made him very unhappy. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he would suffocate himself to death. After Black Fong left, Kill the Wolf's eyes turned cold. I really want to kill that bastard. However, he's right. In terms of overall strength, our Saber Tyrant Holy City is still inferior to Sin Holy City. If they really fought, the result would be unpredictable. I don't want Saber Saint City to fall into a quagmire of war because of me. Don't worry, there's no need to trouble Brother Lang. With his strength, I can still handle him. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. I'm only saying that we can't deal with him openly. However, if he dies on the road one day, we can't blame it on Saber Saint City. Kill the Wolf sneered. It's not that troublesome. I'll do it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I appreciate Brother Wolf's good intentions. However, Long Qiuyan is obviously not enough for Gold City to notice me. However, if I defeat Black Fong, one of the 10 Holy Sun, they should be paying a lot of attention to it. Holy Sun? That's a good name. It can't be. He's at the early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. He's not to be trifled with. Kill the Wolf frowned. That duo you just defeated is far inferior to him. Moreover, this guy likes to play tricks. You must be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Black Fong, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since the other party likes to play tricks, then why don't we take the initiative to attack first and teach this Black Fong a lesson? That way, he'll learn his lesson. It's a pity that killing is not allowed in this battle zone. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of this piece of trash. It would also save him a lot of trouble. But come to think of it, if he killed Black Fong, the sacred city of Sin wouldn't just sit by and watch. Forget it. I'll teach him a lesson first. Hopefully, this guy will learn his lesson. What do you mean? Black Fong said coldly. This is the battle zone. Didn't you issue a challenge to me? Since you're here, why don't we fight? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was very calm. However, hearing this, Lion Xiaobao and Yilongyan were shocked. Ling Xiao defeating Waduo with his perfect Earth Core Realm cultivation was already legendary enough. Now, he actually wanted to fight with Black Fong directly. Isn't this a bit too impatient? Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. Although it's true that killing is not allowed in the battle zone, this Black Fong is the son of the sacred city of Sin's Lord. He might really kill you. With the support of the sacred city of Sin's Lord, even the commandment sacred city will let him off. They might even pour dirty water on the dead. Lion Xiaobao reminded. That's true. Kill the Wolf said. Among the 10 sacred cities, the top 3 sacred cities, Scarlet Sun, Sky Sea, and Sin all have extremely powerful sacred lords. Even the commandment sacred city doesn't dare to offend them. That's why they usually protect them. How could Ling Xiao not understand this logic? He wasn't a 3-year-old kid anymore. He had experienced too many petty conflicts between the forces. He was very clear that the commandment sacred city would protect the 10 sacred cities. However, he was confident that he could defeat Black Fong. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about this at all. Moreover, in order to spread the name of the Fighting Soul Sacred City and let the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City hold their heads high, he had to raise his spirits and cultivate diligently. This battle was necessary. Kid, are you serious? Black Fong laughed. He actually wanted to apply for a battle just now, but because of Kill the Wolf, he guessed that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. He didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. He took the initiative to ask for a battle. How could he refuse? Of course I'm serious. Do I need to think twice to deal with you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What an arrogant kid. Fine. I'll show you the strength of the 10 Holy Sun today. Where are the Dharma Apostles? Black Fong roared. If he wanted a battle, he could directly find the Dharma Apostles on the battlefield. He didn't need to log in. The Dharma Apostles would help him with this. Greetings, Holy Sun. The Dharma Apostles of the Commandment Sacred City were also respectful to the Holy Sun and didn't dare to offend him. Help me arrange a battle with this kid, Black Fong roared. The Dharma Apostles looked at Ling Xiao and showed a sympathetic expression. Although killing was not allowed here, but if he was crippled, it would still be depressing. This Ling Xiao was really something. Why did he offend Black Fong? Sai, are you willing? This was a procedure that had to be followed, so the Dharma Apostles still asked. Of course, Ling Xiao's main purpose in coming to the Divine Martial Sacred City was to train himself. Defeating a perfect heavenly core warrior wasn't a big deal. Since Black Fong had appeared, he would use this Black Fong as a training opponent. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-46. In the arena, Black Fong looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He really didn't expect his dream to come true so quickly. This idiot Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to challenge him. Originally, he was still worried about finding a reason to deal with this guy. But now, it was all good. Seeing that you're so cooperative, I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. Black Fong laughed. Then I have to thank the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. However, the Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists in the audience were extremely nervous. Ling Xiao challenged Black Fong. Although he was very brave, could he really win? That was the Holy Sun. The high and mighty Holy Sun was an existence that they could only look up to. Although Black Fong was ranked last among the 10 Holy Suns, he was still a Holy Sun. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the Dan realm, different from the warriors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The rest of the audience felt that this battle was very interesting. I thought that this Ling Xiao against Black Fong would probably end up in the 3000 Holy Cities ranking battle. I didn't expect this kid to be so anxious. Maybe he's a bit arrogant after killing Lung Qiuyin and defeating Waduo. How old is he? How can he be a match for Black Fong, the Holy Sun? That's right. Black Fong is not only powerful, but it's said that he has treasures on him. Ling Xiao rashly challenged him. He's really asking for humiliation. Hee, then let's see how this rising star will be abused. These people smiled slightly. No matter who won or lost, it had nothing to do with them. They just wanted to watch the show. Holy Sun, Kill the Wolf? Who do you think will win? Next to Kill the Wolf, a warrior asked respectfully. This person's strength was not ordinary. He was probably a holy lord of some holy city, but in front of Kill the Wolf, he was very respectful. This showed how influential the 10th Holy Sun was. Lu Mingho, what do you think? You're ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Don't tell me you don't have such good eyesight? It turned out that this person wasn't a holy lord. He was also a holy lord. Although he looked a little old on the surface, he was actually less than 100 years old. Lu Mingho was ranked 9th, higher than Black Fong. Their cultivations were the same, but their combat prowess was different. In any case, Lu Mingho had fought hundreds of battles with Black Fong. He won more than he lost, so he was still very powerful. Lu Mingho smiled and said, I've fought with Black Fong several hundred times, so I'm the clearest about his strength. Furthermore, this fellow had recently obtained several powerful treasures. Even I might not be his match. Even if this Ling Xiao had some ability, being able to kill Long Qiuyan and defeat Waduo. But in the end, he was still too arrogant. Even daring to say things like destroying Sin Holy City. How naive. Even we don't dare to be so impudent. So in my opinion, he's a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. But in the end, he's still just a calf. In this battle, I'm afraid that he'll have to learn some lessons. He might even be crippled by Black Fang. Lu Mingho's analysis was correct. Under normal circumstances, it should indeed be so. But he did not know that Ling Xiao was not normal. Kill the Wolf said coolly, then you'll have to make an error of judgment today. Ling Xiao isn't the kind of person who will make decisions carelessly. Moreover, he has Fighting Soul Sacred City behind him. Once he falls, Fighting Soul Sacred City will be destroyed along with him. So he definitely won't act recklessly. Although saying that he wants to destroy Sin Holy City is a little idiotic, his strength should still be there. Kill the Wolf. What if I tell you that Black Fang, this fellow, already obtained Sin Holy City's Door of All Evils? Lu Mingho said with a smile, Door of All Evils. Sin Holy City's Holy Lord actually gave such a treasure to him? Kill the Wolf sucked in a breath of cold air. The Door of All Evils was a treasure originally owned by Sin Holy City's Holy Lord. Not only was the treasure's grade extremely high, but it also had a special effect. Even if it was him, he would have a headache if he encountered it. Of course, the reason why a treasure was a treasure depended on the person who used it. If Black Fang used the Door of All Evils, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, that fellow's strength was not that great. Brother Wolf, since you think so highly of Ling Xiao, why don't we make a bet? It'll be fun. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Lu Mingho said with a smile. Kid, you really don't have good intentions. All right, what do you want to bet? Kill the Wolf asked. I have a pill here. It's a good thing for martial artists in the alchemy realm to break through. It's called Broken Pill Divine Water. It wasn't easy for me to get this from the higher-ups. It can increase the chances of breaking through by 50%. Lu Mingho said as he took out a pill. Although the name of the Broken Pill Divine Water was a little strange, it was indeed a pill. Of course, the pill that Lu Mingho took out was far from Ling Xiao's. Even so, it was still a treasure in the 3,000 Holy City. You're actually willing to use this as a bet. It seems like you've already thought of what you want, right? Say it. Let me see how good your eyesight is. Kill the Wolf said. Brother Wolf, you're so straightforward. To tell you the truth, I've taken a fancy to the Wolf Fang ring on your hand. Lu Mingho said straightforwardly. Kill the Wolf wore a ring on his right hand. It looked like it was carved out of a wolf fang. Not only was it beautiful, but it also hid an aura that made people greedy. It was obvious that it was a good treasure. Kid, you have good eyesight. This thing is no worse than your Broken Pill Divine Water. In fact, it's even better. Kill the Wolf sneered. Hee hee, if Brother Wolf doesn't want to bet, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lu Mingho seemed to know Kill the Wolf's character, so he just smiled faintly. Humph, let's bet. Do you think that I, Kill the Wolf, am afraid of you? Kill the Wolf snorted and said, I've been looking forward to the Broken Pill Divine Water for a long time. Thank you for giving it to me today. Brother Wolf, you're too confident. If you're the one fighting, you'll definitely win. But that kid, hee hee, it's not that I look down on him, but he's just too weak. I'm afraid that he won't be able to gain Brother Wolf's trust. Lu Mingho dared to bet on this because he was confident. Kill the Wolf was different. Kill the Wolf was really gambling. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could win. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's watch the battle. Kill the Wolf looked at the battlefield. He wanted to see if his intuition was right. Whether he would be slapped in the face or win the Broken Pill Divine Water, it all depended on Ling Xiao. Below the stage, everyone's attention was also focused on the battlefield. Even in the battle hall, the 4 live broadcast screens were broadcasting the battle at the same time. After all, one of the 10 Holy Sun, Black Fang, was on one side. On the other side was the rising star, Ling Xiao. This battle was going to be very interesting. Ling Xiao, before the battle, let me show you something good. I've had this treasure for a long time, but I haven't had the time to show it. Now, I'll take advantage of this battle to let everyone know. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-47. Black Fong was obviously a person who couldn't hide things. This guy wanted to show off the treasure he got. He had no intention of hiding it at all. Of course, it was useless even if he wanted to hide it. Since Lu Mingho already knew, then the rest of the Holy Sons probably knew about it as well. Only Kill the Wolf, who had no interest in other people's business, didn't know. After saying that, Black Fong directly raised his hand. A stone door with an evil and gloomy aura appeared beside him. On the stone door, there were all kinds of evil patterns carved on it, as expected of the door of all evil. When Black Demon Fong gently touched the door suddenly opened. A terrifying and gloomy aura came from inside. It was ancient, desolate, and evil. It was very uncomfortable. The door of all evil hides evil. As Hayamo Ya's voice rang out, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ling Xiao. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he returned to his original position. He did this purely to show off how awesome he was. What a magical treasure! Yeah, that should be the door of all evil. It's said that it can hide evil and release evil. But how exactly does it work? I really don't know. But one thing is for sure, it's very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Back then, the Holy Lord of the Sacred City of Sin relied on this door of all evil to make the Sacred City of Sin one of the 10 sacred cities. This thing is very powerful. It seems that Black Fong will definitely win this round, and I'm afraid he's going to rise in the ranking battle. The moment they saw the door of all evil, in a corner of the spectator seats, a woman's face suddenly turned ugly. She was wearing a light yellow dress. She looked very gentle and beautiful. Her body emitted a strange aura, as if she was a divine object from ancient times. She was also one of the 10 Holy Sun. She was ranked 5th and had a very unique name, Feng Yin. The reason why Feng Yin was shocked when she saw the door of all evil was because her mother had died under this door of all evil. So this kind of emotional fluctuation was very normal. In Feng Yin's opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Ling Xiao's defeat was set in stone. Even without the door of all evil, Ling Xiao would still lose. Not to mention that Black Fong had the door of all evil in his hands. The situation was getting more and more troublesome. Of course, powerful treasures were of great help to martial artists. However, in the end, it still depended on the martial artist's control. Whoever had higher intelligence would have stronger Jin Yuan and soul force. Whoever used it more skillfully would win. However, that would only work if both sides had similar treasures. If only one party had it, then this theory was not valid. Hee, looks like Ling Xiao, that arrogant bastard, is finally going to suffer. After Black Fong cripples him, we will secretly kill him. Of course, there were also martial artists from Sword Spirit Sacred City in the audience. They hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If Black Fong hadn't killed Ling Xiao, they would have. Otherwise, Long Choyan would have died in vain. This treasure of yours is pretty good. How about giving it to me? What was incomprehensible was that Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all. He was even joking. Give it to you? Even if I wanted to give it to you, would you dare to take it? If you really want it, I'm afraid my father will chase you to the ends of the earth. Black Fong smiled faintly. He knew that Ling Xiao was just joking. Such treasures had the imprint of a sacred city. Unless Ling Xiao was really not afraid of the sacred city, he wouldn't dare to take it even if he was given 100 guts. If you dare to give it, I dare to take it. Ling Xiao said faintly. Your guts are really big. However, this is just foolishness. Black Fong curled his lips in disdain and stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. He kept the door of all evil. To deal with Ling Xiao, there was really no need for the door of all evil. Come out, killing sword. After keeping the door of all evil, Black Fong waved his hand. A black sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, the martial artists sitting near the battlefield could clearly feel an evil killing intent. They couldn't help but shudder. Not only was the sword extremely sharp, but it was also filled with evil energy. No one dared to look at it directly. Everyone could feel a ferocious sword intent coming at them. They felt as if they were going to be killed by the killing sword. What a good sword! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. The sword in Black Fang's hand was a divine-grade Heavenly King weapon. Although it was considered relatively weak among the divine-grade Heavenly King weapons. However, a divine-grade Heavenly King weapon was still a divine-grade Heavenly King weapon. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even most of the sacred lords didn't have such a weapon. You have a good eye. You know that this is a good sword. Black Fang waved the killing sword in his hand proudly. In an instant, a black transparent light shield enveloped his body. That was interesting. Not only could the sword attack, but it could also defend. Moreover, it was a defense without any blind spots. The light shield was transparent. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like an iron wall that couldn't be penetrated. In that case, how could Ling Xiao continue to play? Not to mention defeating Black Fang, it was unlikely that he could even hurt Black Fang. Since you're so powerful, why don't you let me have 3 moves first? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, are you afraid now? Forget it. So what if I let you have 3 moves first? You can't even hurt me. Black Fang laughed maniacally. He was now in an invincible position. Such pride made it easy for others to underestimate him. Letting his opponent have 3 moves first was just to destroy his opponent's will. At the same time, he wanted to see how capable his opponent was. However, Black Fang's current thoughts were due to pride and disdain, because he felt that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him at all. With just the slaughter sword, he was invincible. He even had the confidence to challenge the Holy Sun, who was ranked higher than him. Moreover, he had the door of all evil, which was a treasure that was even more powerful than the slaughter sword. Their combined power was so terrifying. Perhaps even he didn't know. How could Ling Xiao win? It's over. This Ling Xiao is too pitiful. Black Fang is clearly bullying him. Almost everyone in the audience had the same thought. Including the Dharma apprentices and guards present, they secretly sighed for Ling Xiao. Why did you have to challenge Black Fang for no reason? Now it's over. There's no chance of winning at all. Ha ha, Brother Wolf. I'm afraid that your Wolf Fang ring will belong to me today. Lu Mingho looked at Kill the Wolf excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly rose on the battlefield. In that instant, his expression abruptly changed. He stared at the battlefield with his mouth agape. He couldn't believe it. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-48. What's going on? Why did Ling Xiao's aura suddenly become stronger? Many people stood up nervously. They were extremely surprised by the aura on Ling Xiao's body. This kid. Kill the Wolf's eyes were filled with excitement. How can this be? Lu Mingho was dumbfounded. So he was hiding his strength. This aura. I feel that he's already at the level of an ultimate core expert. Countless people were thinking the same thing in their hearts. No wonder he could kill Long Qiuyan. No wonder he could defeat Waduo. Everyone exclaimed, and then stared at Ling Xiao. At this moment in the arena, Ling Xiao had already entered the beast soul transformation of the unbounded, heavenly rat. Not only did his body become taller, but the crazy airflow was surging out of his body like a divine dragon. Dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. Tiger roar. Dragon roar and tiger roar, earth-shaking change. Ling Xiao's body slowly rose into the air, and his powerful aura was like the rising and falling of the tides. His powerful true essence was violent and surging like 10,000 beasts. Ling Xiao's aura had already shocked everyone before he even used the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. He had displayed the strength of an ultimate core expert. Although his cultivation had not reached this level, his strength had definitely reached it. Looking down at Black Fang from above, Ling Xiao's face showed a cold smile. Black Fang, you can only rely on external objects to be arrogant in front of me. You actually dare to give me 3 moves? Are you stupid or an idiot? Can you block these 3 moves of mine? Ling Xiao's voice was full of sarcasm. This Black Fang was so arrogant that he actually wanted to give him 3 moves. He was simply courting death. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, Lu Mingho, I'm afraid your fragmented core holy water will belong to me this time. Although I don't like to take what others like, since you're so generous. I'm too embarrassed to accept it. Ling Xiao gave him a huge surprise. Isn't Brother Wolf a little too optimistic? Lu Mingho's expression was not very good, but he was not convinced that Ling Xiao is only at the complete Earth core realm after all, even if his battle prowess could reach the extreme realm of the core realm. However, he was definitely not as strong as a true extreme realm of Dan martial artist. Not to mention, he had the Sword of Slaughter and the Door of All Evil. This was especially true for the Door of All Evil. Ling Xiao couldn't even injure it. In this battle, Black Fang is still the victor. Kill the Wolf laughed. If that's the case, I won't argue with you. Next, let's watch the battle together. The battle will tell us everything. Will Ling Xiao or Black Fang win? Then I'll just ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's see. Lu Mingho sneered. Although he was shocked by Ling Xiao's true strength, when he thought about it carefully, how could Ling Xiao be a match for Black Fang? It was better to stay calm. There was no need to panic. How can this guy be so strong? Will our Sword Soul Sacred City never be able to take revenge? Damn that Ling Xiao. The martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City were not very happy. After all, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the lower the possibility of him dying. Now that Ling Xiao's true strength had been revealed, all of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. I really didn't expect this person to have such ability. Feng Yin was also surprised. As the fifth holy son of the 10 holy sons, this was a small slap to her face. However, she believed that if Ling Xiao did not have any other abilities, he would still be defeated by Black Fang. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be easily made up for. Everyone in the audience gasped in surprise. In the arena, the true essences of both parties were constantly colliding, like two waves. It seemed like it could explode at any time, even if Ling Xiao's strength suddenly became stronger. However, Black Demon Fang would not give up on this battle. If he gave up, would he still be shameless? Moreover, he did not think that he was weaker than Ling Xiao. Although he did not look too good, he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a transformation technique. Indeed, he was taken aback. But even so what? He still believed that he would not lose. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was in midair. Black Fang was burning with anger. An insignificant nobody actually dared to look down on him in such a condescending manner. He could not stand it. Ling Xiao, your aura is indeed close to mine. But aura is just aura. Your cultivation is only at the complete Earth core realm. I don't believe that your battle strength can soar to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Today, I will let you understand that your grandfather is still your grandfather. After saying that, he summoned the door of all evil that he had already put away. In order to win, he did not dare to take any risks. If he failed miserably, it would be embarrassing. Kill. Black Fang suddenly exploded. With a roar, his body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Ling Xiao. He was like an enraged demon that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. He wanted to defend his glory as the 10 Holy Sun. Ling Xiao used the falling plum clear shadow step and dodged easily. Black Fang's attack landed on the ground. The entire battlefield shook. Haha, so one of the so-called 10 Holy Sun is actually such an untrustworthy person. Didn't you say that you would let me have 3 moves? Why are you not letting me have one now? Are you scared? Ling Xiao's voice sounded in midair. Black Fang's face turned red, but he did not say anything. If he lost face, then so be it. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, nothing else mattered. He did not reply. He snorted coldly again. The slaughter sword in his hand stabbed toward Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao chose to dodge again. At the same time, he released the bloodthirsty plague. In this battle with Black Demon Fang, what he wanted was to win. Hence, he released the bloodthirsty plague right from the start. Then, the following scene became even more bizarre. Black Demon Fang continued to chase after Ling Xiao, while Ling Xiao easily evaded his attacks. Every time, he was able to dodge Black Fang's attack. Black Fang was so angry that he kept howling. Soon, more than 20 minutes passed. Black Fang was obviously getting impatient. Damn it, why are you running around like a rat? Didn't you want to challenge me? Come face to face if you dare. He stopped attacking and roared angrily. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, This Black Fong seems to have forgotten where he is. There are no rules that state that we have to fight face to face. But if that's the case, there won't be a winner. Lu Mingho said, I don't think so. Kill the Wolf smiled. At this moment, the situation on the arena changed. Ling Xiao landed on the arena. He took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. The two swords merged into one. They became the Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. He pointed at Black Fong. It's easy to fight face to face. Come, I promise I won't dodge this time. Ling Xiao had already discovered through his Tai Chi eye that Black Fong's strength had been weakened by the bloodthirsty plague. He had reached a level comparable to his own. It was time for the victor to be decided. That sword of his. Kill the Wolf's eyes instantly lit up. He could not help but look surprised. Chapter 43-49. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand did not look special on the surface. However, once it was used, its aura would instantly become extremely sharp. Even Kill the Wolf felt a tinge of fear. Go to hell. Black Fong attacked again with the slaughter sword in his hand. This time, Ling Xiao did not dodge. The two swords collided in the void. Ling Xiao stood there steadily. A terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's Dongshang Demon God Sword in the air. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed Black Fong. Black Fong felt as if he was a little chick that had been caught. Not only was his life threatened, but he could not even move his body. This guy is really strong. If I hadn't used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken him, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Otherwise, I would have been at a disadvantage in this head-on clash. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart at his wise decision. Today, he did not want to cultivate. He only wanted to teach Black Fong a lesson and break his spirit. Humph, I think this sword is not bad. I'll give it to my friend when I get back. Ling Xiao snorted. He held the sword in his right hand while his left hand was in a grabbing position. He wanted to take the slaughter sword for himself. A divine-grade heavenly king weapon was very rare in the 3,000 holy cities. Even if Ling Xiao did not kill Black Fong today, he would still get some benefits. The slaughter sword would belong to him. Oh no! Black Fong could not help but exclaim. The slaughter sword had his soul brand. If it was destroyed, he would lose consciousness on the spot. This was the flaw of implanting the soul brand, although it allowed one to better control the weapon in one's hand. However, once the soul brand was erased, one's soul would also be severely injured. Although it was not permanent, he would most likely lose consciousness if he was injured. How could he fight? Therefore, Black Fong had to come up with a plan in this situation. Otherwise, his treasure would fall into the enemy's hands. Even he would lose miserably. As one of the 10 holy sons, he had not lived for nothing. Door of all evil. Finally, Black Fong used his most powerful treasure. At that moment, a terrifying and sinister aura was released from his back. Inside the door of all evil, a strange vortex formed, like a black hole. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if his true essence was being crazily sucked away by the gate of all evil. Ha 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 ha. Black Fong laughed wildly. So what if you, Ling Xiao, are powerful? So what if you suppressed me just now? You have no chance of winning against the door of all evil. Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague could also absorb the opponent's true essence, but its speed couldn't compare to the gate of all evil. The door of all evil was indeed a top-tier divine-grade, heavenly king artifact. In addition to hiding evil, it could also devour the opponent's true essence. Terrifying. Die. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao's true essence was leaking out and out of control, Black Fong snorted coldly and was about to charge forward and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Below the stage, Lion Xiaobao exclaimed. However, he couldn't help much at this moment. With his strength, even if he charged forward, he would only kill one more person. However, he was still prepared to charge forward. However, when the battle was ongoing, the cultivators from the outside world couldn't charge in at all. He was directly bounced back by the defensive wall. His eyes were filled with despair. Why are you panicking? He won't be defeated so easily. Kill the Wolf's eyes were more ruthless, so he saw something different. Brother Wolf, when did you start to deceive yourself like this? Lu Mingho laughed. Kill the Wolf ignored him. He only looked at the situation on the stage. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. An incomparably terrifying aura began to brew within the Dongshang godly demon sword. Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Nine Heavens Frost Dragon, Flying Flame Lion, Radiant Holy Light Tiger. For different giant beasts appeared behind Ling Xiao, releasing an ancient and desolate aura. Then, roars continued to sound. It's not enough. It's far from enough to defeat him. It just so happens that I've cultivated to the 5th stage of the 12 Divine Beast technique over the past few days. I'll use them all at once. One-eyed Thunderstorm Bull. The power of lightning was condensing. It complemented the power of the other 4 Divine Beast techniques. Then, the power fused together and crazily poured out. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. It directly interrupted the vortex of the door of all evil. A large amount of true yuan that had been released returned to Ling Zhao's body. Black Fong was directly sent flying by the impact. He fell to the ground dozens of meters away. His expression was very ugly. This time, if the door of all evil hadn't blocked Ling Zhao's attack for him, he would have been defeated. He was afraid that he would have been defeated. Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually broken free from the vortex of the door of all evil. Not only that, he had also sent Black Fong flying away. They had never heard of something like this before. Right at this moment, they had even forgotten that Ling Xiao was a peak Earthcore warrior. It was just too unbelievable. Boom. Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to attack, because the energy in his body had finally broken through the shackles. From the peak Earthcore realm, he had broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. He was very familiar with this realm. This wasn't the first time he had reached this realm. Therefore, the entire process looked so smooth, so natural and smooth. There weren't any obstacles. With the increase in his cultivation, his combat strength had also increased. And it wasn't just a little bit. Bastard, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. All evils, come forth. With a furious roar, Black Fong crawled up from the ground. He raised the slaughter sword in his hand. He unleashed a terrifying sword beam. There were at least 10,000 sword beams. Every sword light was filled with an evil aura. If an ordinary person was frightened by this aura, they would have lost their courage to fight. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He kept swinging the Eastern Victory Fiend God Sword in his hand, using the 23 dragon subduing swords to defend against the incoming sword beams. He had completely blocked off the surrounding area, and no water could get through. When the sword beams were about 3 to 4 meters away from him, they were immediately repelled. Final attack. Regretless Dragon Subduing. Finally, after accumulating more and more attacks, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his final attack. A roaring golden dragon was unleashed from the tip of the sword. In an instant, it devoured the countless eerie sword beams. After that, it heavily slammed onto Black Fong's body. Black Fong was once again sent flying away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the door of all evil. The door of all evil had undergone some special changes. It seemed to have become bigger, and it had become even more eerie and terrifying. Blood sacrifice, the evil of all evil. He was about to lose. Black Fong didn't hesitate to use a forbidden skill. When his blood merged with the door of all evil, an extremely frightening energy was unleashed from the door of all evil. It merged with his body. At this moment, Black Fong felt the door of all evil had merged with his body. But at the same time, Black Demon Fong also felt that there was another soul in his body. It was powerful and evil. Chapter 4350. Ling Xiao, you're the one who forced me to do this. The slaughter sword was once again thrust out, but this time, the attack was completely different from before. Although it was just a sword beam, it was filled with an evil and gloomy energy. It pierced through the air and broke through Ling Zhao's defensive energy barrier. It continued flying towards Ling Zhao's body. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. Facing such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao circulated his energy and unleashed the 23 dragon subduing swords like a shooting star. The final attack had almost blocked the tyrannical evil sword chi, but it was still not enough. After fusing with the door of evil, it seemed like Black Fong's combat strength had increased tremendously. But so what? His cultivation had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and his combat strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Sky-covering palm. A frightening gigantic palm was unleashed from Ling Xiao's back. Not only did it block the brutal evil sword energy, it continued forward. It continued to move forward and blasted Black Demon Fong away again. Taking advantage of this critical moment, Ling Xiao's figure flickered. With a swing of his sword, he cut off Black Fong's right hand. The slaughter sword fell to the ground. It was taken by Ling Xiao. In an instant, the slaughter sword's soul brand was erased. At this moment, Black Fong felt as if his soul had just been whipped. He nearly fainted on the ground. Not good. Although he wasn't completely dizzy, this brief moment of dizziness had given Ling Xiao enough time to counterattack. Black Fong retreated quickly, his eyes filled with anger and fear. He wanted to activate the door of evil, but Ling Xiao didn't give him the chance. He shook the long sword in his hand, unleashing a sharp sword energy that pierced through the air. It was the Nine Heavens Freezing Dragon. Although this sword attack wasn't as powerful as the fifth layer, it was still powerful. But the speed of the attack was much faster, and it had a special effect. It instantly hit Black Fong, causing Black Fong's body to become stiff. Ling Xiao didn't stop. He continued to attack Black Fong crazily, not giving Black Fong any chance to counterattack. At this moment, Black Fong was completely in a passive position, blood spurting out from his entire body. A few minutes later, he was lying motionless on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his injuries were very serious. Of course, the most important thing was that he was crippled. Black Fong actually lost. This Ling Xiao is too scary. He defeated Black Fong without any injuries. Furthermore, it's Black Fong who possesses the door of all evil. Looks like the rumor of him killing Ling Qiuyan is not just a rumor. He won't take away the door of all evil, right? That shouldn't be the case. Taking away the door of all evil would mean that the holy city of Sin would become enemies with them. How could the sacred city of Sin allow War Soul Sacred City to continue to do as they please? Black Fong was defeated. There was a period of dead silence at the scene, because many people did not dare to believe that it was true. But when Black Fong lay there covered in blood, they had no choice but to believe it. Not only was the battle spectacular, it was even more shocking. This Ling Xiao was even scarier than the rumors. Ha 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 ha, Lu Mingho, give me the fragmented pill holy water. Kill the Wolf laughed happily. How could he not be happy about something that he got for free? Lu Mingho gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to give it to Kill the Wolf. He could not afford to offend Kill the Wolf. Many thanks. Kill the Wolf kept the fragmented pill holy water in his storage ring. He was very grateful to Ling Xiao. If not for Ling Xiao, he would not have won this item. On the contrary, Lu Mingho was depressed. He even treated Ling Xiao as his enemy. He thought that all this was caused by Ling Xiao's good deed. On the arena, of course, Ling Xiao had no idea what Lu Mingho was thinking. He walked in front of Black Fong and said with a smile, "Just now, you said you wanted to cripple me. So, I have no choice but to cripple you first. We have no grudge against each other. But because of Long Qiuyan, you came here to teach me a lesson. Serves you right for ending up like this." Of course, Black Fong was still alive. As long as a Divine Core warrior's inner core wasn't destroyed, he could still live even if his body was destroyed. Besides, Black Fong's body was still hanging on his body. It wasn't completely destroyed. Black Fong didn't dare say anything. However, in his heart, his hatred for Ling Xiao was already overwhelming. He wished he could chop Ling Xiao into a million pieces. But there was nothing he could do right now. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only lie on the ground, unable to move. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. He put away the slaughter sword. Then, he looked at the door of all evil. The door of all evil could be used for both defense and offense. It was definitely a good magical treasure. However, Ling Xiao felt that there was something wrong with this thing. The Yuan Venerables had reminded him not to be greedy for it. That was why he didn't take it away. It wasn't because he was afraid of the sacred city of evil. It was because it was a mine. While he was thinking, the door of all evil suddenly started operating. It actually sucked Black Fang's body into it. Then, it flew away. Ling Xiao from the sacred city of fighting soul. I'll remember this. The voice obviously came from the door of all evil. Sure enough, this thing is a little strange. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A magical treasure that could talk? But the person was extremely fast, and he disappeared in an instant. Ling Xiao couldn't catch up with him even if he wanted to. Forget it, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this. Why should I be afraid? Soon, Ling Xiao understood what was going on. He walked down from the arena. 2 consecutive victories had earned him 4 battle points. He had defeated Waduo and obtained 1 point. He had defeated Black Fang and obtained 3 points. Together with his previous points, he had a total of 14 points. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to go to the exchange area. He definitely wouldn't be able to exchange these battle points for anything good. If he did, he wouldn't feel at ease. Therefore, he bid farewell to Kill the Wolf and took Master Lion and Yilongyan to the sacred city of Fighting Soul. On the way, Ling Xiao obtained a lot of information about the 3,000 holy cities from Master Lion and Yilongyan. These 2 had come later than him. However, they knew much more about the 3,000 holy cities than he did. It was probably because he had gone to the Sky Demon Ghost region. For example, the 10 holy suns. The most dazzling ones were the top 6. This was because the combat strength of these 6 was obviously higher than the others. Kill the Wolf was ranked 2nd among the 10 holy suns. Well, a person who had reached the extreme core boundary and was within 100 years of age would definitely not be ranked low. The one ranked 3rd was called by Yunrui. He was a lecher and had his own special cultivation method. That was to rely on women. She had raised a group of outstanding female warriors under her. However, the fates of these warriors weren't very good. Without exception, they all ended up with tragic deaths. No one knew how they died, but many people said that it had something to do with by Yunrui's cultivation. The one ranked 4th was Lion Fearless. Although his surname was the same as Master Lion, they weren't related. The one ranked 5th was Feng Yin, who was in the audience seats earlier. This woman had an ancient bloodline, so her cultivation speed was extremely fast. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. The one ranked 6th was called Tian High Peak. This was a mysterious guy who appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even after investigating for a long time, Master Lion couldn't get any specific information about this person. They only knew that this guy was very powerful. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-51. The last one was the most powerful one, Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao's name was only 1 word away from Ling Xiao's, but their positions in the 3,000 sacred cities were very different. This person belonged to the Red Sun sacred city, which was the number 1 city among the 10 sacred cities. It could be said that he was the strongest person under 100 years old in the 3,000 sacred cities. But very few people knew his exact cultivation level. But one thing was for sure, even Kill the Wolf, who was ranked 2nd, would be afraid of Qi Xiao's name. The 10 Holy Sun are actually changed every once in a while, based on the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Basically, it's changed every year. But these 6 people have been in the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. It's never changed. On the other hand, the 7th to the 10th change very quickly. Basically, it's changed every year. Ling Xiao silently remembered what Liu Xiaobao and Yilongyan said. In other words, defeating Black Fang was nothing to be proud of. After all, the last 4 Holy Sun were not that strong. The key was the 6 in front. If he defeated them, it would be amazing. That's right. According to the rules, as long as one can stay in the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 10 years without quitting, he can enter the Golden City to cultivate. In addition, if someone can defeat the 10 Holy Sun who has been in the position for 9 years, he will also be qualified to enter the Golden City to cultivate. Liu Xiaobao said again. That's interesting. Ling Xiao felt a little pressured. Defeating Black Fang was not a big deal. The problem was that those few fellows ranked in the top 6 Their cultivations should all be around the perfection of the extreme realm of alchemy. If he wanted to defeat them, he would need to break through again. It seemed that in the following days, he would have to fight in the divine martial sacred city every day. Through the teleportation array, Ling Xiao brought Liu Xiaobao and Di Lengyan back to Warsoul Sacred City. He also introduced them to Jiang Nan. He asked Jiang Nan to arrange for them to cultivate. He gave them the best conditions. Ling Xiao knew about Liu Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan's potential. As long as he trained them well, they could definitely become his successors in the future. Boss, something happened. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, a voice suddenly rang out. Hai Myung-ko walked in with a grave expression. What happened? Ling Xiao asked curiously. When we did the head count today, we discovered that 3 disciples were missing. According to the reports of his fellow disciples, they had gone to the nearby Viper Valley. This wasn't a big deal. However, the disciple tokens of the 3 of them suddenly sent out a cry for help, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Hai Myung-ko frowned and said, because the 3 of them were once martial artists of the Punishment Hall, the great elder of the Punishment Hall personally went out to look for them. He went out for 4 to 5 hours without any news. I'm afraid something has happened to him. I'll go there personally. Ling Xiao stood up. Although the 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall had once had a conflict with him, but now, these people were his loyal subordinates. The same went for the first elder of the disciplinary hall. At this time, no one was allowed to get into trouble. Whoever dared to provoke their fighting soul's sacred city, he would not easily forgive them. Young master, I'll go with you. Jiang Nan said. No, you stay here. Also, send someone to bring General Zhao back. Although finding talents is important, the stability of the fighting soul sacred city is equally important. With him here, there shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shook his head. Jiang Nan's strength couldn't help much. The other party dared to make a move on the fighting soul sacred city at this time, so they must be extremely strong. No need to trouble old Zhao, we're here. Just as they were talking, Ancestor Scarlet Flame's voice sounded. Oh, the 2 seniors are here. Ling Xiao looked at them excitedly. With you here, there's no need to bring General Zhao back. Thank you for your trouble. After explaining, Ling Xiao went to the Viper Valley. The Viper Valley was not far from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, and it was not a dangerous place. There were often disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City who went there to cultivate or hunt. Therefore, it was basically certain that it was not done by demonic beasts. It was very likely that something had happened. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Viper Valley, he found the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace. At this time, his situation was not optimistic. He was basically on the verge of death. There were a few corpses near him. They were the missing warriors of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Great Saint, you're here. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace looked at Ling Xiao weakly. In the past, he hated this person very much. Now, he had become his only hope. I'll heal you. As Ling Xiao spoke, he released the healing Saint Qi of the primordial natural dragon. It's useless. My inner core has been shattered. Now I'm just relying on a secret method to hold on. It's to tell you who our enemy is. Ling Xiao looked at the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace with a gloomy face. He really had no feelings for the person in front of him. But now that the other party had pledged loyalty to him, he had the obligation to seek justice for him. Great Saint, this is for you. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace held a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball showed the scene that had just happened. A handsome young man dressed in red actually thought that he had taken a fancy to a very ordinary flower in the Viper Valley. He killed a few disciples who were sitting and chatting nearby. It was as if he had casually stepped on a few ants for the sake of picking a flower. Later, the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace arrived. He tried to reason with this person, but this person did not say a word. He attacked again and almost killed the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace. There was no enmity between them. There was not even the slightest friction. He just killed the person just like that. It was as if in this young man's eyes, other people's lives were not lives at all. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked. Qi Xiao. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace gritted his teeth and said this person's name. Qi Xiao, ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right, it's him. I don't expect you to avenge us. I just hope that you can go to the disciplined sacred city and sue him, even if you want to punish him by imprisoning him for a month. Otherwise, our people will have died in vain. The first elder of the criminal law palace also knew how terrifying Qi Xiao was, so he did not ask for revenge. He only wanted to seek justice for them. First elder, don't worry. I will definitely kill this Qi Xiao. Every single person in Fighting Soul's sacred city is more precious than his life. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said viciously, with your words, I can leave in peace. Sigh, it's a pity that I couldn't serve you for a long time. But great saint, I believe that you will definitely make the Fighting Soul sacred city stronger and bigger. With that, the first elder of the criminal law palace closed his eyes. His life force was completely gone. Ling Xiao put the corpses into the Dongshang Emperor Ring and returned to the Fighting Soul sacred city. A burial ceremony was held for these people. Chapter 43-52. After the burial ceremony, Ling Xiao sat down with Jiang Nan and briefly explained the situation. Jiang Nan was both angry and worried. Young master, it's best not to provoke Qi Xiao if possible. Even if you go to Commandment City, you won't be able to sue him. It's not the first time Qi Xiao has killed innocent people, but every time, the matter is left unsettled. Commandment City didn't punish him. Sometimes, it's the people who complain who die mysteriously. Commandment Sacred City is just as I imagined. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had already thought about this. If complaining was useful, then there was no need for strength. However, he still had to complain. At the very least, he had to let the people of the 3,000 holy cities know that he had complained, but Commandment City didn't care. He had a good reason for what he would do next. Young master, 2 of the 12 rulers of law are related to Scarlet Sun Sacred City. The 12 rulers of law is the brother-in-law of the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's sacred lord. He's Qi Zhao's uncle. The 3rd ruler of law is the uncle of the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's sacred lord. They're all relatives. Do you think you can win the lawsuit? The rulers don't usually do anything, so the 12 rulers of law are the ones who make the decisions. Jiang Nan still didn't want Ling Xiao to go to Commandment City to complain. I've already made up my mind. Sacred Lord Jiang Nan, you don't have to say anymore. Once I've sorted out the lawsuit, I'll prepare to go to Commandment City. Ling Xiao had his own ideas. He had to sue even if he couldn't. This was called using peaceful means before resorting to force. He had to avenge the disciples of War Soul Sacred City. At the same time, in the training room of Sin City, Heiamoya was lying there, his body still in tatters. His life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, there was a terrifying hatred in his eyes. That kind of hatred was so deep that it wanted to drag Ling Xiao into hell. Kid, you only have one chance. Do you want revenge, or do you plan to die like this? The person that had spoken was not a human. Instead, it was the gate of all evil. Black Fong roared, of course I want revenge. Even if I have to turn into a ghost, I still want revenge. Very good. Since that's the case, things are much simpler. The gate of all evil replied, I will help you reconstruct your body and fuse it with me. At that time, we will share this body. Each of us will have half of the control over it. How about that? Hearing this, Black Demon Fong hesitated a little. Giving up half of his body's control was a very dangerous thing. Hee, are you still hesitating? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, and you're running out of time. If you die, you will forever leave behind a laughable reputation. In the battle zone of Shenwu Sacred City, you were defeated and crippled by Ling Xiao. But if you're willing to take me, I can immediately make you as strong as the top 6 Holy Sun. At that time, not only will you be able to cripple Ling Xiao and avenge your humiliation, but more importantly, you will also be able to defeat him. More importantly, you will be able to defeat one of the top 6 and obtain the qualification to enter Golden City. At that time, you will truly amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The gate of all evil smiled faintly. However, the words it had said had been engraved into Black Fong's soul. Black Fong was tempted. The gate of all evil struck while the iron was hot. Think about it carefully. Although you are now one of the top 10 Holy Sun, you are ranked last. Even a mere Ling Xiao can bully you. But if you accept my power, it will be different. You will become the strongest of the top 10 Holy Sun in a single leap. Finally, you will step into Golden City. In the future, my existence will be of help to you, allowing you to continuously increase your strength. You might even become the new Golden Emperor. At that time, no matter how many Ling Xiao there are, they will all be ants in front of you. Very well, I will sign a contract with you to share my body. Let's begin. Black Fong clenched his teeth and said. He felt that his mind was very clear now. So what if half of his soul control was taken away? This way, he would have another kind of cheat. In this way, he would be the chosen one. The benefits in the future would be huge. The Sacred Lord of Sin Holy City was not the only one who did not know what had happened here. Ling Xiao did not know either. At this time, Ling Xiao was making his final effort for the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. As for War Soul Sacred City, everything was progressing smoothly, except for the incident with the Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder. Everything else was going on the right track. Ling Xiao let Jiang Nan become a part-time Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder. When there was a suitable candidate in the future, it would be assigned. He was still a hands-off boss. As for the complaint against Qi Xiao, Ling Xiao had already submitted it to the Disciplinary Sacred City. He was still waiting for the results. Of course, while waiting for the results, he did not forget to cultivate. The next day, he went to Divine Martial Sacred City again. However, this time, he did not only fight 2 rounds like the first day. Instead, he fought 100 rounds. This time, the opponents he chose were all in the early stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan. Some were even in the middle stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, facing these powerful existences. Although the process of fighting was very difficult. Basically, when facing the early stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, he was able to win without any injuries. When facing the middle stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, he was really miserable. However, he was always able to counterattack when it looked like he was about to lose. Therefore, it was widely known that Ling Xiao's strength was in the early stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan. This strength was very powerful among the warriors under the age of 100. He even had a chance to enter the ranks of the 10 Holy Sun. Anyway, many people were optimistic about him. After all, he defeated Black Fong, the real 10 Holy Sun. Even Kill the Wolf basically came to watch him fight every time. His relationship with Kill the Wolf was getting better and better. Although it could not be said that they could talk about everything, they could be considered good friends. Although your strength is very strong, if you want to get the favor of the City of Gold, successfully enter the City of Gold, and become a disciple there, I'm afraid it's not enough. Kill the Wolf also said what he wanted to say. Ling Xiao did not refute his words. Unless he used the Troll King, Ling Xiao could only defeat the warriors in the middle stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan at most now, and the process would be very miserable. If he wanted to defeat the warriors in the late stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, he would have to use the Tyrant Martial Soul. Facing the warriors in the Ultimate Realm of Dan, there was no chance of winning at all, unless he was lucky and the other party kept making mistakes. Otherwise, don't think about it. Therefore, he had to continue to strengthen his cultivation, to make himself stronger. At the same time, he had to continue to improve the strength of his body. That was one of his trump cards. These 100 battles naturally would not be in vain. He had obtained a total of more than 100 battle merits. Now, if he wanted to exchange for an Emperor Level 9 beginner martial arts technique, it was still possible. But to him, that was not attractive at all. Therefore, he still needed to continue to accumulate these battle merits. He did not know how to reward the battle merits. Anyway, it was useless to know, so he only looked at the results. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the reading website. Chapter 43:53. After the end of the second day, Ling Xiao didn't go back. With Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Fighting Soul Saint City, nothing should happen. Early in the morning of the third day, he started fighting. Moreover, it was a continuous battle without any rest. This way, he could stimulate his potential to a greater extent and make him even stronger. He could feel that the heavenly demon's heart in his body was being consumed more and more. As for his physical body, it had become even more powerful. He had fought more than 20 matches this morning. He could feel that his body was close to the next level of improvement. This Ling Xiao is a martial arts madman. Yesterday, he fought 100 matches without resting. What is he going to do today? Even the famous Valkyrie, Yang Shuyi, didn't have this ability. Isn't that so? But I like it. Every one of his battles is very exciting. Most importantly, I can learn a lot of fighting skills. I just like watching. Ling Xiao stood on the arena. Below the arena, there were either fangirls or fangirls. Of course, there were also those who were jealous. There were a lot of people like this. It was common for people to slander, insult, and even spread rumors in private. Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously. As long as they didn't cross the line, it was fine. He couldn't just kill all of them. If he did that, he wouldn't be qualified to come to Divine Martial Saint City anymore. Ling Xiao, do you dare to accept our challenge? While Ling Xiao was waiting for the next match, suddenly, a voice came from below the arena. Ling Xiao recognized the voice. It was Waduo, the trash he defeated before. This guy came again, and this time, he wasn't the only one. There were dozens of other warriors from the Saint City. All of them were peak Heavenly Core warriors. 2 of them were at the early stage of the Extreme Core realm. One of them was Lu Mingho, the 9th-ranked Holy Sun. As for the other one, Jiang Chen didn't know, but his aura was on par with Lu Mingho. He must be the outside help. Looking at Waduo, Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Trash like you don't have the right to challenge me. But since they want to fight, I won't avoid it. How about this? 3 at a time. I want one against Minnie. The cultivators of the Holy City of Sin were quite resilient. Although these men were only at the peak Heavenly Core realm, their combat strength was not weak at all. When the 3 of them joined forces, they were absolutely stronger than ordinary early-stage alchemy realm martial artists. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to defeat them, but only then would there be value in training. That was why he agreed. This Ling Xiao sure talks big. Yeah, 1 against 3. Isn't that a bit too much? It doesn't matter if we win or not. Since he dares to say so himself, he should have some confidence. The people of the Holy City of Sin really can't afford to lose. When Black Fong, one of the 10 Holy Sun, was defeated, Ling Xiao won fair and square. What's the matter with them? That's right. If it wasn't for the strict rules set by the Divine Martial Saint City, I'm afraid they would have already attacked. Shoo, lower your voice. We can't afford to offend the Holy City of Sin. They are all crazy devils who kill without batting an eyelid. If you say something wrong, you might lose your life. Although the people of the Holy City of Sin wouldn't dare to attack them in the battle zone, but they couldn't stay here for the rest of their lives. Once they left the Divine Martial Saint City, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, these conversations were all done in private. Each of them was more cautious than the other. Also, although they could fight in the exchange area, business area, and cultivation area, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. But they definitely wouldn't dare to be so brazen. They must have done it in secret. Otherwise, once they were found out, unless they were someone like Qi Xiao, they would be severely punished by the Commandment Saint City. Lu Mingho, Gao Shun. What the hell are you 2 doing? Since when did you have such a good relationship with the Holy City of Sin? Why are you helping Black Fong? Kill the Wolf looked at the 2 foreign aide from the Holy City of Sin with an unfriendly expression. He knew that Lu Mingho was ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Although his cultivation was on par with Black Fong, he was actually very strong in battle. He had even killed a martial artist in the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm, and it wasn't difficult for him. As for Gao Shun, he was even more powerful. He was already in the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm. He was ranked 8th among the 10 Holy Sun. The others might not be a problem, but these 2 were a little troublesome. Brother Wolf, what are you saying? I only saw Ling Xiao's strength, so I wanted to exchange pointers with him. If he can defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat me, an early stage of the Extreme Core realm, right? Lu Mingho laughed. And we're not foreign aid from the Holy City of Sin. We just happened to meet. Brother Wolf, don't worry, it's just a friendly exchange. Gao Shen said. These two naturally didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Kill the Wolf. After all, Kill the Wolf was one of the 6 monsters, and ranked second. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. It better be just a friendly exchange, or don't blame me for being rude. Kill the Wolf couldn't stop this battle. After all, this was the holy martial sacred city's battle zone. As long as they met the conditions set by Ling Xiao, both Lu Mingho and Gao Shan were qualified to fight. He knew what Lu Mingho was thinking. He hated Ling Xiao for making him lose the broken core sacred water. Gao Shan was a martial arts fanatic, and he was probably tricked by Lu Mingho. The opponents are randomly arranged, and I might not meet Gao Shan. As for Lu Mingho, he better just want to exchange pointers, or I'll let him have a taste of Black Fang's bitterness. Ling Xiao laughed. You're always so confident, but it's better to be careful. Don't be too careless. Kill the Wolf reminded him. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wolf. I'm going. Ling Xiao jumped into the arena. He first had to accept the challenges of the dozens of martial artists from Sin City. He said it was 1 against 3, so it was 1 against 3. Ling Xiao, you asked for it. I didn't force you to do this. Waduo sneered. I've seen many people like you who get cocky just because of a small achievement. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Waduo didn't expect his men to lose. It was 3 against 1. Furthermore, the disciples of the holy city of Sin loved to fight in groups. The more people there were, the stronger their combat power. The 3 of them together were definitely more terrifying than 3 ordinary martial artists. Hee. Ling Xiao just laughed. What was the use of talking so much? Everything depended on the performance in the arena. Brother Ling, if you feel that you can't win, don't force it. I'll take care of this bunch of trash for you. Kill the Wolf sneered. Even if I kill them in the battle zone, Commandment Sacred City won't dare to do anything to me. As the second place of the 10 Holy Sun, he wasn't as good as Qi Xiao. However, Kill the Wolf had a strong foundation. Chapter 43-54. The 3 warriors from the sacred city jumped onto the arena. All of them looked ferocious and ferocious. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but each of them had a hideous scar on their faces. Since they were all divine core warriors, it shouldn't be a problem for them to heal such a scar. But they purposely showed their scars, obviously trying to scare their opponents. If it was a cowardly warrior, he would have been scared to death. Shaking his head, Jiangchen thought to himself, since you guys like scars so much, I'll show you something more exciting. I'll let you guys have scars all over your bodies. Many people in the audience were extremely nervous. Although it was not a new thing to fight 1 against many in the battle zone, some warriors just liked this kind of challenge. But to challenge 3 warriors from the sacred city at the same time, this was the first time. The sacred city of Sin was ranked 3rd among the top 10 sacred cities. They couldn't afford to offend them. You 3 listen up, don't underestimate your opponent. That guy isn't someone you can afford to offend. Waduo shouted out from below the arena. He had fought Ling Xiao before, so he knew how strong Ling Xiao was. Waduo, you're such a coward. If we were that guy, we'd definitely beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Waduo wasn't Black Fang after all. His words didn't have any effect on these crazy guys. The people from the sacred city of Sin were all lawless guys. Therefore, if a warrior with the same cultivation base as them wanted to order them around, it would be very difficult. But it would be very difficult. Most importantly, rules meant nothing to these people from the sacred city of Sin. All of these people here had been imprisoned by the sacred city of discipline before. But once they were released, they continued to do whatever they wanted. This was the sacred city of Sin. Among all the 3,000 sacred cities, they were the ones that no one wanted to offend the most. Ling Xiao actually dared to offend the holy city of Sin time and again. This time, he had once again declared that he would fight a few dozen warriors from the sacred city alone. And it was a 1 versus 3 fight. Naturally, it had attracted a lot of spectators. The number of spectators wasn't any less than the number of spectators when Ling Xiao fought Black Fang. This Ling Xiao is really a strange person. Even in the face of these lunatics from the holy city of Sin, he can still remain so calm? That's right. The hands of the three people in front of him are stained with the blood of countless people. It's normal for us martial artists to kill other martial artists. However, the people of the holy city of Sin would kill ordinary people as well. Just as Ling Xiao said, these guys shouldn't be alive. Well said, but can you win? Even if it's a tag team battle, it's enough to make Ling Xiao suffer. I'm also worried. The martial artists of the sacred city of Sin are extremely cruel, and they will use any means necessary in battle. The three people on the stage all had the experience of killing martial artists in the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan. Moreover, he was killed without a single injury. Although Ling Xiao has broken through to the early heavenly core realm, it's still dangerous for him to face them. That's right, he's too young. He might not even be able to win one-on-one, but he's fighting all three of them at the same time. Perhaps it was because the sacred city of Sin had done too many bad things, but there were more people who supported Ling Xiao than the others. But, although they supported Ling Xiao, many of them didn't have much confidence in him. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated Black Fang before, they still didn't have any confidence in him. The atmosphere below the stage was tense. On the stage, the three men from the holy city of Sin had stood 50 meters away from Ling Xiao. These three men did have some unique characteristics. The first man had a scar on his eye, and he was wearing an eye patch. Let's call him One-Eye Dragon for now. The second man had a scar on his face, so let's call him Scarface. The third man had a scar on his head, and not only that, there was a dagger stuck in his head. This guy was too cruel to himself, so let's call him a retard for now. Right now, all three men were looking at Ling Xiao with evil intentions. They didn't look like they were looking at a man. It was more like they were looking at a woman in her boudoir. Retard laughed and said, "Little guy, I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat Black Fang. That's why I said that Black Fang was lacking in training. You're strong, but you're too weak in actual combat. Today, the three of us are going to show you some love. Later, in this battle zone, we'll make you lose all face and turn you into a gigolo that's ridiculed by thousands and tens of thousands of people." Ha ha ha, well said. Scarface laughed out loud. The few of us like this kind of pretty boy with soft skin and tender flesh. The One-Eye Dragon laughed along with him. Hearing the three men's words, the audience's face didn't look good. They were glad that they didn't meet such perverts. Speaking of which, it's not like there aren't any men who are lustful. In this boundless world, there are all kinds of strange things. But none of them are as perverted as these three. These three men weren't just lustful. They obviously had a habit of torturing and humiliating others. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Poor Ling Xiao must be scared out of his wits at this time. But when they turned their heads to look, they found that Ling Xiao actually had a smile on his face. It can't be. This brother Ling Xiao actually has such a hobby? At this time, Ling Xiao spoke, "Haha, you dare to humiliate me like this. You're quite bold. Originally, I just wanted to defeat you all. But now, in order to not let you go out and harm others, I'll reluctantly castrate the three of you. And I also have a little knowledge of formations and seals. I guarantee that after the three of you are castrated, you'll never be able to grow back. Brat, you're courting death." Retard's face instantly changed. "Kill him." Scarface also roared. "Wait, I already said, don't be in a hurry to kill him." One-Eyed Dragon hurriedly said, "No matter what, let's beat this brat first. When the time comes, we'll talk about other things." Retard suggested, "All right, let's do that. Brothers, let's go." Scarface roared and dashed forward, wanting to take the lead. Retard and One-Eyed Dragon followed closely behind. It's time for Ling Xiao to transform, right? Everyone below the stage had the same thought. After all, Ling Xiao had used his beast soul transformation to deal with the early stage and mid-stage warriors of the extreme stage of Dan. But they were wrong. Ling Xiao didn't do that at all. Why would he need to transform when dealing with a few perfect heavenly core warriors? With his current form, he could easily deal with them. The Slaughter Sword was taken out by Jiang Chen. This was the sword he snatched from Black Fang. Although it wasn't as good as the Eastern Victory Devil Sword and Eastern Victory Sky Sword, it was still a divine rank Heavenly King weapon. Its power was extremely terrifying. If it was combined with a warrior's killing intent, it would be even more terrifying. Right when the Slaughter Sword appeared, the three men in front of Jiang Chun felt as if they had just seen a terrifying monster opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards them. The audience below the stage were also scared by the terrifying killing intent, and they quickly ran away. Almost all the seats near the stage were emptied. Right at this moment, the three men in front of Jiang Qian no longer remembered how to fight. He was completely intimidated by Ling Zhao's murderous aura. They couldn't even see Ling Zhao's true form. All they could see was the terrifying monster. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 43-55. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three sword beams flashed. The three men let out miserable screams at the same time. When the sword beams faded away and the killing intent dissipated, the crowd noticed that the three men were rolling on the ground while holding onto a certain part of their bodies. The painful look on their faces was nowhere to be seen. If it wasn't for the fact that no one is allowed to kill in this battle zone, all three of you would have died here today. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort. With a kick, he sent the three men flying out of the arena. Throughout the entire process, the audience was dumbfounded. No matter what, this Ling Xiao was a little too strong. Three perfect heavenly core warriors were killed before they could even do anything. This was really scary. Originally, they thought these three men were ferocious beasts, and Ling Xiao was just a little white rabbit. But now, it seemed like it was the other way around. In the deadly silent atmosphere, Ling Xiao looked at the group of warriors from the sacred city and sneered, "3 is not enough. I want to fight 10 of you. Come. All 10 of you come at me together." His domineering look made all the warriors from the sacred city gnash their teeth in anger. The audience was extremely excited. Wasn't the reason they came here to watch the show? 1 versus 3 was common, but 1 versus 10 was not. They really wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to win. "Brothers, don't be afraid of him. Since he is asking for it, let's send 10 of us." Waduo shouted. "That's right. We can't lose face for the sacred city." Someone shouted again. The sacred city was indeed the sacred city. These men were all ruthless men. Therefore, they wouldn't be scared easily. Soon, 10 men stepped onto the arena. This time, Ling Xiao still didn't use his beast soul transformation. Therefore, it was a little bit difficult for him to fight. During the fight, he repeatedly used the 23 dragon subduing swords and the 12 divine beast skill. He didn't fuse them together. He just used them separately to increase his power. The fight lasted for half an hour. But in the end, it ended with Ling Xiao's victory. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of fighting 1 versus many. As long as the other party's strength was inferior to his, no matter how many people came, he had a way to deal with them. If it really didn't work, wasn't there still the array formation? Therefore, to him, numbers were not a problem. The rest, come at me together. Ling Xiao increased the difficulty once again. There were only 17 or 18 cultivators left in the holy city. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. This way, his improvement would be greater. Therefore, he was prepared to settle it in one go so as not to waste time. "Brat, you're too arrogant." Waduo gritted his teeth and jumped into the ring. The rest of the people followed suit. 1 against 18. The scene was once again in an uproar. More and more people came to watch the show. Facing these 18 people, Ling Xiao still did not use his beast soul transformation, because that wouldn't put enough pressure on him, and his potential wouldn't increase as quickly. Now, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 30% through these 2 days of fighting. This was not an easy task. On the other hand, the heavenly demon Black Tortoise body had already reached the limit of mid-9th level Emperor realm. He needed this kind of training, so that he could continue to improve. Otherwise, once he encountered a cultivator at the peak of the Dan realm in the ranking battle, he would have no chance of winning, unless he used the Troll King. But that was his trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to use it. This battle was very tiring, because Ling Xiao took the initiative to seal many of his methods. But no matter how hard it was, he still won in the end. Even though he was covered in blood, he still showed a victorious smile, because the blood was not shed in vain. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 40%. and the heavenly demon black tortoise body had finally advanced to the high ninth level Emperor realm. This meant that even a warrior at the peak of the Dan realm would not be able to hurt him easily. Isn't this too amazing? The audience below the stage was dumbfounded. To be able to do this, many people felt that perhaps they had really underestimated Ling Xiao. This morning's battle ends here. We'll continue in the afternoon. Ling Xiao had lost too much blood at this time. In order to cultivate, he had also worked hard enough. He needed a good rest. But with the advancement of the heavenly demon black tortoise body, in addition, he had gotten 100 battle merits in the morning. With the previous one, it was already more than 200. He was going to take time to take a look at the exchange area. Anyway, he planned to stay here for these few days. As for the matter of suing Qi Xiao, he had already informed them. Once there was news, they would send someone to inform him. So there was no need to worry. In any case, he was going to kill Qi Xiao. He didn't care how the commandment's sacred city judged. After saying that, Ling Xiao returned to his residence in the battle zone. There were many temporary residences in this battle zone that could be rented. Brother Ling, wait for me. Kill the Wolf watched Ling Xiao's battle these few days and felt his blood boil. Although he didn't care about the group of trash in the Sin Sacred City at all. But due to the relationship between the Saber Sacred City and the Sin Sacred City, he couldn't teach those dogs a lesson to his heart's content. Today, it could be said that Ling Xiao had helped him vent his anger. Brother Wolf wants to treat me to a meal? Ling Xiao smiled. That's not a problem. You helped me vent my anger. So what's wrong with treating you to a meal? Kill the Wolf laughed and left with Ling Xiao. Leaving behind a group of Sin Sacred City martial artists with broken arms and legs, they were all furious. That was called anger. But what was the use of being angry? They couldn't beat Ling Xiao, so they couldn't beat him. Why didn't the two of you make a move? Waduo got up from the ground and looked at Lu Mingho and Gao Shan unhappily. Are you an idiot? He was injured like that. If we made a move, would he agree? Do you think kill the wolf is a piece of wood? Lu Mingho said angrily. But how can we swallow this anger? Waduo was fuming with rage. Today, he came to get revenge, and it was also ordered by the higher-ups of the Sin Sacred City. It would be too shameful if he went back with a loss of soldiers. Don't worry, we will help you vent your anger. But the condition is that you have to double the conditions we agreed on before. Gao Shan said coldly. You guys are robbing me. Waduo said angrily. It's fine if you don't agree. You guys didn't see the strength Ling Xiao showed today. Is there a problem with us asking for these? Lu Mingho sneered. The two of them were willing to become the foreign aid of the Sin Sacred City. In addition to Lu Mingho's personal grudge, it was also because the Sin Sacred City promised to give them a generous reward. Even with their status, it would take them several months to obtain such a sum of money. Before the ranking battle began, they wanted to use these resources to strengthen themselves and prepare for the upcoming ranking battle. Now that the reward was doubled, the significance of this battle was even greater. Therefore, the two of them were definitely going to defeat Ling Xiao and make a fool of Ling Xiao. But they had to get more benefits. Chapter 43-56. Even for people like Lu Mingho and Gao Shan, it was very difficult to get some cultivation resources. But Sin Holy City had this ability. This was also the reason why they were willing to help. Okay, I'll go and contact the Holy City now. After all, this is a big matter. I can't make the decision. Waduo lost to Ling Xiao twice, each time more miserable than the last. He definitely had to get back his face. So he had to win over Lu Mingho and Gao Shan. Even if the other party asked for an exorbitant price, it didn't matter. After the report, the upper echelons of the Holy City agreed to double the reward for Lu Mingho and Gao Shan. But there was also a requirement, which was that they had to win. If they lost, then they didn't need to think about any reward. The two of them agreed readily. They had been observing Ling Xiao's battle for a long time these days. They confirmed Ling Xiao's strength, so they were confident. In the afternoon, Ling Xiao still came to the battle area for a random battle. The conditions were still the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. Brother Ling, be careful, that Lu Mingho and Gao Shan are both watching you. Be careful when you meet them. Although Lu Mingho's cultivation was the same as Black Fong's, His battle power was much higher than Black Fang's. As for Gao Shan, I advise you to give up if you meet him. That guy is a martial arts maniac. He's very strong. Before going on stage, Kill the Wolf warned. Brother Wolf still believes in me, don't worry. Since I dared to choose the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of alchemy, I'm confident. I'm confident. Ling Xiao didn't want to meet Gao Shan at this stage. After all, if he met Gao Shan, it was very likely that he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But he wasn't afraid of Lu Mingho. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he still had a way to win. In the afternoon, there seemed to be even more people watching Ling Xiao's battle. There was news that Lu Mingho, the 9th Holy Sun, and Gao Shan, the 8th Holy Sun, were preparing to fight Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been in the limelight in Xinwu Sacred City recently. In just 3 days, he had already increased his winning streak to nearly 200 matches. This was simply terrifying. He was even more terrifying than Valkyrie Zhao Shuyi. Although Zhao Shuyi had won 10,000 matches in a row, she only fought 10 matches a day on average. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was terrifying. Other than the first day of warm-ups, he had only fought 2 matches. On the second day, he won 100 matches. From the third day until now, the number of matches had basically reached 100. At the beginning of the afternoon, the opponents Ling Xiao encountered were all ordinary early-stage extreme realm of Dan martial artists. It wasn't satisfying at all. However, there were still some gains, just not as great as before. After more than 10 rounds, they won all of them again. Just as he was about to lock down his opponent's cultivation level to the middle stage of the extreme core realm, he had drawn an interesting opponent. This man was Lu Mingho. He was ranked 9th among the 10 saints. Lu Mingho had arrived early in the morning. He wanted to fight with Jiang Qin, but after fighting with those warriors from the sacred city, he went back to rest. They didn't fight, but now they finally met. Fine, in the end. The 10 Holy Sun are just my, Ling Xiao's, stepping stones. Ling Xiao smiled. This Lu Mingho was the last early-stage extreme core realm warrior he would challenge. Ling Xiao, I have to congratulate you. You're able to continuously defeat early-stage extreme core warriors with just an early heavenly core cultivation level. If you can defeat me, then I can be sure of one thing. No one below the early stage of the extreme core realm will be your match. At that time, you'll become the tyrant of this battle zone. On the arena, Lu Mingho looked at Ling Xiao and said with a light smile on his face. When facing Ling Xiao, this man didn't show any signs of nervousness or fear. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao could only be a defeated opponent in the end. That's why he didn't take Jiang Chun seriously. You're at the same cultivation level as Black Fang. Although it's rumored that you're stronger than him in terms of combat strength, but in my opinion, Black Fang, who has the door of all evil, isn't any weaker than you. Are you sure you want to continue? Once this battle is over, you won't be able to live up to your title as the 9th-ranked Holy Sun. Ling Xiao said with a light smile on his face. Hee, Black Fang has the sword of slaughter and the door of all evil, but he's still no match for you. This really surprised me. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have come here to challenge you. But I just can't stand the arrogance of the younger generation. Besides, if Black Demon Fang has a treasure, why can't I have one too? Lu Mingho was still smiling calmly. Perhaps he already had a way to defeat Ling Xiao. You're pretty confident. Look at your fighting spirit. You almost scared me. But you've received benefits from the holy city of Sin, so your words aren't convincing at all. You can just say that you want to take a gamble. Ling Xiao said with disdain. All right, let's cut the crap. The audience can't wait any longer. Let's fight. Awesome. Whoosh. A dazzling sword light appeared. Lu Mingho was actually using a sword as well, and this sword was very unique. It was pure white as if it was carved out of ice. It emitted an endless chill that made people shiver. Another divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although it's the lowest grade among the divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapons, it's still the Sword of Slaughter. It's the same as the Sword of Slaughter. But the 10 Holy Sun sure are rich. Looking at his opponent's sword, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He estimated that each of the 10 Holy Sun had a divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although the grade might not be the same, the grade should be about the same. As Lu Mingho channeled his true essence, the chill on the sword in his hand became heavier and heavier, as if it was going to envelop the entire battlefield. Ling Xiao could even vaguely see an ice phoenix flying out of it. This sword is called the Ice Phoenix Sword. It's made from the fossil of the primordial ice phoenix. It's even stronger than Black Fong's Sword of Slaughter. The Ice Phoenix Sword can absorb the Ice Phoenix's aura and instantly freeze a martial artist's bloodline. Even if an ultimate core realm expert is hit, their blood will instantly coagulate. So, let me remind you, it's better to surrender quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer physical pain and lose your life in the end. Lu Mingho was a shrewd guy. It would be best if he could win without a fight. That was why he introduced his Ice Phoenix Sword so clearly. It was to make Ling Xiao surrender. After all, the condition that the people from the holy city of Sin gave him was to defeat Ling Xiao. It was not a problem for Ling Xiao to surrender voluntarily. However, Lu Mingho was destined to be disappointed. How could Ling Xiao be the kind of person who would surrender so easily? He stood there with the Sword of Slaughter in his hand and smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense. Let's make our move. Scaring people won't work on me. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already transformed into the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul. Don't you have Ice Chi? Then I want to see if your Cold Chi is stronger, or if my Cold Chi is stronger. After all, his Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation was not for fun. Moreover, the colder the space, the stronger the combat power of his transformation. Chapter 43-57. Kill. Lu Mingho didn't care about Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. On the contrary, Ling Xiao chose to transform because he was afraid of him. What was there to be afraid of? The Ice Phoenix sword in his hand shook, and a cold sword aura pierced through the air. Like an ice phoenix descending to the world, it pounced over. Many ice flowers condensed in the air, and it looked quite beautiful. But at the same time, it was also very scary. On the arena, ice shards formed, and the ground seemed to have turned into ice. Interesting. Ling Xiao could feel a gust of cold air coming at him. He tried to activate his true essence, but the elements around him seemed to have been frozen. He couldn't absorb it. Although he could block the cold air from entering his body with the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. But the cold air of the Ice Phoenix sword was a little strange. It seemed to have penetrated the sword intent, and it could even freeze one's fighting spirit and fighting spirit. But even so, he had nothing to be afraid of. The shadow of the Frost Divine Dragon appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and roared, and the terrifying cold air was sucked in by the Frost Divine Dragon. Are you the only one who knows how to use the cold air? Ling Xiao sneered, and a divine dragon behind him broke through the air like an ice crystal sculpture. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lu Mingho. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat his opponent with the fighting style that his opponent was best at. Only then would it be valuable. Otherwise, if he won too easily, wouldn't it be boring? Of course, more importantly, it wouldn't be of much help to him. Ling Xiao wanted to see what other trump cards Lu Mingho had. He really wanted to use all his trump cards, which would be more helpful to him. Since he had agreed to fight with Lu Mingho, he had to gain something. Do you think you can win with this method? Lu Mingho sneered, and then he drew a sword flower. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared behind him. This guy's martial soul was the Een Thunder that many warriors dreamed of. The Een Thunder landed, and it was as cold as the ice of hell. It complemented the Ice Phoenix sword, and its power was even more terrifying. Ice Phoenix Dance, Een Thunder Marrow. Bang! With a loud bang, the black Een lightning merged into the sword energy of the Ice Phoenix sword. It crashed into Ling Xiao's Dragon Shadow. The Dragon Shadow howled in pain upon being hit and actually retreated back into Ling Xiao's body. Not only that, but the black Een Thunder also completely enveloped Ling Xiao. It formed a cage that was intertwined with Een Thunder. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in an instant, however, this Een Thunder was extremely terrifying. It could continuously weaken the opponent's strength. It could even corrode the opponent's body. The opponent had no choice but to be defeated. Ling Xiao, you underestimate the 10th Holy Sun. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Black Fong? For example, Black Fong had been careless in the previous battle. If he really uses his full strength right from the start, you won't be his match at all. After gaining the upper hand, Lu Mingho gradually became arrogant. He smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao in the Yin Thunder Purgatory. He didn't intend to show any mercy. Ice Phoenix Feather Shattering Strike. He stabbed the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand again. It was as if an ice phoenix was flapping its wings. Countless ice spikes flew out, penetrating the Yin Thunder Purgatory and attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Lu Mingho's strength was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the Dan realm. If his demonic black tortoise body hadn't been cultivated to the high 9th level of the Emperor realm, he would have been seriously injured. Even now, his body was still being attacked by the coldness, which was quite uncomfortable. With such an amazing treasure, coupled with his own martial soul, the power exerted was indeed amazing. Especially when Lu Mingho had already imprisoned him with the Yin Thunder Purgatory, but he could still attack from the outside. His attack wasn't weakened by the Yin Thunder Purgatory at all. It was really amazing. Ling Xiao, now you understand. What do you mean by being the 10th Holy Sun? You've been trapped in the Yin Thunder Purgatory by me. Even if you force your way out, you'll have to consume a lot of vital essence. In the end, you still can't escape defeat. It's not too late to admit defeat. You and I don't have any deep hatred. Kneel down and apologize, and I may let you go and not let you make a fool of yourself. Lu Mingho sneered as he attacked. Below the stage, Kill the Wolf was gnashing his teeth in anger. Lu Mingho, you dare to hurt him, I'll kill you. Brother Wolf, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. This is a fair battle, but Ling Xiao refused to surrender. It's not right for you to vent your hatred on Lu Mingho. Gao Shen frowned. I don't care if he's right or not. He can't hurt my brother. Look at his smug face. He even dares to make Ling Xiao kneel. I'll kill him later. Kill the Wolf snorted coldly. Only now did Gao Shen understand that the relationship between Kill the Wolf and Ling Xiao was definitely not a simple friendship. It seemed to be on a deeper level. Brother Wolf, why are you so agitated? How can I lose to such a small trick? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice came from the stage. Good boy. You really want to break this Yin Thunder Purgatory? Good. Since that's the case, I don't need to hold back. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Lu Mingho sneered. The reason why he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao after attacking for so long was because he could only lightly injure Ling Xiao. It was mainly because the Yin Thunder Purgatory had taken away a lot of his true essence, causing his attacks to become a little weak. Since his opponent wanted to break the Yin Thunder Purgatory, he was happy to see it happen. Because if his opponent wanted to break the Yin Thunder Purgatory, he would have to consume almost all of his true essence. This was tantamount to admitting defeat. This time, Ling Xiao is finished. Yes, even if he breaks the Yin Thunder Purgatory, his true essence will be severely depleted and he will be defeated. I didn't expect this. Lu Mingho is really worthy of being one of the 10 Holy Sun. The martial soul combined with the Ice Phoenix sword is actually so powerful. This time, even if Ling Xiao has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix sword shouldn't be the only treasure on Lu Mingho. Ling Xiao was too careless at the beginning and didn't display his true strength at all. In the end, it's the previous winning streak that made him a little arrogant. That's right. Young people should suffer some setbacks. I think it's not just a setback. Although Lu Mingho doesn't dare to kill him, he can still cripple his physical body. Everyone discussed animatedly. They all felt that Ling Xiao was doomed this time. Fortunately, this was the battle area of Divine Martial Sacred City and not outside. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably die. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Everyone saw a terrifying energy suddenly erupt from the Yin Thunder Purgatory on the stage. It was like a thunderbolt. It directly blew up the Yin Thunder Purgatory. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion even forced Lu Mingho to retreat dozens of meters away. The impact of the impact caused the defensive wall to constantly tremble. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.